Chapter 33-39. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'll eat you if you don't eat it. Ever since Ji Jinghong revealed his true form, Yi Xian no longer treated him as a human. This was not an insult, but a fact. This fellow was indeed a large bird with an extraordinarily dense bloodline. Yi Xian was delighted to see it. This large bird was suspected to have the bloodline of an ancient divine bird. If it was in existence with a thin bloodline, it would not be of much use. However, if the bloodline was thick enough, to Yi Xian, it would be no different from a type of flesh medicine that could be of great use in the future. He planned to keep this fellow in the Shenong cauldron. In the future, when he needed the bird's blood to refine medicine, he could use it at any time. In this cauldron, apart from the central district volcano that occupied half of the space, there were many different types of spirit herbs and spirit beasts in the surrounding mountains that occupied the rest of the space. They were all meant to be used in medicine in the future. Having an additional Yingji bird was not a problem at all. However, this matter could not be known to the Yingji clan. Otherwise, even if Yi Xian safely escaped this time, they would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely have a way to track down Yi Xian's whereabouts. This feeling of being remembered by a thief was not a good feeling. Yi Xian did not want to try it. Therefore, Ji Jinghong had to die. At least, on the surface, it had to be so. Although the Yingji clan would not let this matter rest after killing the young clan leader, revenge and saving a life were two different things. The intensity would definitely not be the same. This was something that Yi Xian was clear about. At this moment, as the invisible spiritual energy struck a hole in Ji Jinghong's bird head, it let out a mournful cry and directly fainted, falling from the sky. What made Yi Xian pleasantly surprised was that because this fellow was flying in the sky previously, it was a certain distance away from its original location. At this moment, it was not far from the central cauldron volcano. It was clearly at the edge of the volcano's crater. Big Chickie, you're too bad. No wonder you were struck by lightning. Seeing that you're about to die, you actually deliberately ran into the crater of the volcano. Are you trying to waste this young master's top-grade ingredients? Seeing that Ji Jinghong had fainted and was falling toward the crater of the volcano, Yi Xian deliberately shouted, "Big Chickie, stop. Give this young master's chicken wing, chop." After shouting the last word, Yi Xian raised his hand. Art translation. The withered demon blood blade instantly rushed out of the glazed mech and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a 100-meter-long heavenly blade, slashing toward the silver G big bird that was falling toward the furnace volcano in the central region. Yi Xian Yu translation was Ji Jinghong translation, Yu translation Yu, S translation Yu translation. Translation pop. The TTS reads, S as it. Blood, S bloods. SSSS, S, and the YT. Yi. Screech. Ji Jinghong, who had a small part of her right leg chopped off and fainted from the mental power thunderbolts earlier, woke up from the pain. She let out a wail and fell toward the furnace volcano below. Frightened, she fainted again and disappeared. However, the withered demon blood blade suddenly circled around and stabbed into the small section of the silver wing that had been cut off, bringing it back to Yi Xian. During this process, Yi Xian secretly activated the Shenong cauldron, causing the central region furnace volcano to erupt into a giant orange flame that covered the sky and covered the entire volcano. Anyone who saw this would know that the silver G bird that had just fallen into the depths of the volcano must have been burned to ashes. Of course, this was not the case. Yi Xian had already refined the Shenong cauldron and ignited the central region furnace volcano's orange-red flames with his heart fire. Under his mental control, the depths of the central region furnace volcano's monstrous flames were basically a caged area. There were no flames at all, including the already refined undying and imperishable bead. It was sealed in a corner of the volcano's bottom. Now, Yi Xian had also directly trapped Ji Jinghong there. No sound or aura could be transmitted. At this point, Yi Xian had finally succeeded in capturing a live one. He had done it in such a secretive manner that it seemed as if Ji Jinghong herself, who had fallen into the depths of the volcano, had ignited the monstrous orange-red flames that rose into the sky from within the volcano. Yi Xian was not going to let this go. He immediately raised his head to look at the silver canopy that Gong Wuxin had been maintaining all this time. He stomped his feet and roared thunderously, "Silver Ji clan, listen up. This young master knows that you must have other old birds watching from the outside. This little chick Ji Jinghong has tormented this young master's cauldron space to this extent, even causing the volcano to erupt. How many flowers and plants will be burned to death? This matter is not over yet. You must compensate, or this young master will not let this matter rest." As soon as he finished speaking, the withered demon blood blade that was stuck in the small section of Ji Jinghong's silver wing had already returned to Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. He then extended his mecha's giant arm and dragged Ji Jinghong's wing to the ground. He waved at the purplish warbler, Duamu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru and said, "Three great beauties, this is a top-grade ingredient. Of course, it's only right for beauties to accompany me to enjoy it. Come over here and eat with this young master. If anyone dares to refuse, this young master will kill them." Of course, he said this on purpose. This kind of good food was a great supplement to one's blood and qi. With the purplish warbler and the others here, if he did not take the initiative, he would definitely be punished again. Therefore, Yi Xian could only do this. He had to bear the brunt of his bad reputation and let the three witches enjoy the fruits of their labor. The three girls were quite satisfied with Yi Xian's consideration. They looked at Yi Xian with eyes that said, "At least you're sensible." However, their faces were full of struggle and anger. They even raised their hands to criticize him, saying that although the Silver Ji clan was not part of the human race, they were still friends of the Wan Luo Federation. They would rather die than eat the flesh of their people. When Yi Xian heard this, he almost fainted. Even Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war had strange expressions. In their opinion, since they were being coerced, it would be a waste if they did not eat it. It was obvious that this thing was very nutritious. Although Yi Xian was speechless, in order to avoid being punished by the three girls in the future, he could only force a smile and threaten them again. In the end, his expression turned ferocious, like a great demon, saying, "If you don't eat it, I'll eat you." In the end, the three purplish warbler girls finally obeyed him with tears in their eyes. Under Yi Xian's coercion, they went to a small stream and washed the several-meter-long silver wing clean. After doing all this, Yi Xian once again summoned his withered demon blood blade and pierced through the chicken wing that had been washed and peeled. He flew across the sky and directly arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Then, he roasted it in an orange flame that rushed into the sky. Soon, it was golden yellow and the oil was everywhere. The aroma spread throughout the mountains. There was a reason why he used the orange flame to roast it. This was the Shenong cauldron's one-colored flame. When roasted, it could preserve the essence of the meat and prevent it from losing energy. Chapter 3340. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. What a huge piece of steak. Compared to Ji Jinghong's silver Ji wing, which was over 10,000 meters long, it could only be considered a tiny bit. It was not even the tip of the wing, but it was still 7 to 8 meters long and over 2 meters thick. After being roasted, the impurities were removed by the orange flame, leaving behind only the essence, the meat and the bones. However, the wing was still over 2 feet thick and over 3 meters long. It seemed impossible for the three of them to finish it. But in reality, that was not the case at all. After being roasted by the orange flame, the silver Ji wing melted in the mouth. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru, the four of them, finished half of the golden wing in less than a few minutes. However, their stomachs did not feel full at all. From the looks of it, it was not a problem for the four of them to share the golden wing that was even bigger than them. At this moment, as half of the golden wing entered their stomachs, the hundreds of millions of pores on the four of them opened up. It was as if endless rays of auspicious light were gushing out from their pores, gathering into a dense mist above their heads. It was a sight to behold. Of course, the silver G-wing alone did not have this kind of effect. Otherwise, this tribe would have been hunted down and eaten up long ago. The key was still the effect of the Shannon cauldron's orange flame. Although it was only a simple roasting and not a formal boiling of the great medicine of heaven and earth, it was still no small matter. Even if an ordinary alchemist used the best cauldron to refine it, they would not be able to achieve this level of effect. I'm about to break through. That goddamn bastard, he actually forced this young miss to eat the flesh of an ally. He actually made it so that I'm about to break through because of this. How am I going to face people in the future? Whoa! When she had eaten 2/3 of the wing, the purplish warbler suddenly screamed. Her cultivation was originally at the origin 7th rank. She did not expect that after sharing 2/3 of the silver-winged bird with Yi Xian and the others, she would actually break through. At this moment, the girl's face was full of pain. She was almost crying as she complained about Yi Xian's crimes. However, her heart was blooming with joy. The reason why she was in pain was because her entire body was about to explode. The degree of energy that shocked her. She cursed in her heart. Why did it have to be earlier or later? Now, there was no way she could continue eating. As the purplish warbler Yu Xiaochao, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war were so envious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As expected of Big Chicky, who possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine bird. The energy contained within this meat is simply too shocking. There is no need to complain about the taste as well. Compared to this, all those red braised dragon liver and whatnot are nothing. At this point, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. At this moment, he waved his hand and roared at the 8 great guardian warriors, "What are the 8 of you still waiting for? This daddy does not raise disloyal people. If you don't dare to eat this wing, then you're not my people. Do you believe me when I say that I'll kill you right now?" After all, the 8 great guardian warriors were the leaders of the prisoners of war under his command. He had to give them some benefits. If he wanted them to run without feeding them grass, that would not work. The 8 great guardian warriors felt as if they had been pardoned. As soon as they heard Yi Xian's words, they had already praised him to the heavens. They had been waiting impatiently for this moment. However, the 8 of them were not fools. They knew that they could not show this. Their faces all showed signs of struggle. In the end, they seemed to have made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and took a large piece of wing from Yi Xian. In the end, one of them might have been greedy for too long. He opened his mouth and swallowed the whole thing with a gulp. He didn't even taste it. Looking at the 7 people around him who were all eating with a painful expression, he raised his hand and gave himself 2 big slaps. He originally wanted to say that he was greedy, but when the words came out of his mouth, they became, sinful. On the side, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others rolled their eyes and looked at him with disdain. Outside the Shannon cauldron, in the void around the great space trap formation. In the space inside the cauldron, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, and the 8 great guardian warriors were eating heartily. However, outside the cauldron, there was a complete uproar. Everything that happened inside was seen clearly by everyone in the outside world through the silver light screen. The Yinji clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. But now, their young clan leader was cut down from the void, and even a piece of wing was roasted and eaten. This was too shocking. Similar things had never happened before, and it shocked everyone. When Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, Changyu Jingtian, and the others heard Yi Xian compare the roasted wing with the braised dragon liver, they subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Then, they glanced in the direction of the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition army with a very sympathetic look. In their eyes, young Master Linghu was a complete foodie. What he said just now was clearly the rhythm of the Yinji clan. "Ah, Linghu Chong, if I don't kill you, I am not a man." On the side of the Second Universe's coalition army, an elder of the Yinji clan roared like thunder. His roar shook the void. This time, their clan had lost a lot of face. They had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a handful of rice. Oh, it's a sin, a sin. When the elder of the Yinji clan was almost done roaring, the old man of the purplish warbler quickly took over the topic. He shook his head and said, "This Linghu Chong is too hateful. My Ziying has never been willing to step on an ant since she was young, and she has never eaten meat. This time, she is really in big trouble. She was forced to eat the flesh of an ally. For that little girl, this is worse than death." On the side, the old master of the Duanmu family also took over the topic and quickly exonerated Duanmu Xiaocha. "Yes, yes, yes, my Xiaocha is the same. Sigh, that child has never eaten roasted greasy things. This time, she is really in big trouble." The person in charge of Bodhi technology originally wanted to say something, but he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Second Universe's coalition army. After meeting the murderous gaze of the elder of the Yinji clan, he finally stretched his neck and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, anyone could see that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had benefited greatly this time. The former was even about to break through on the spot. Although it was very likely that she was forced, the fact that she had benefited could not be denied. At this moment, the elders of the Yinji clan were in a fit of anger. There was nothing wrong with them wanting to excuse the younger generation, but saying that they couldn't even bear to step on an ant since they were young and didn't even eat meat was a bit exaggerated. It was clearly adding fuel to the fire. If they did not eat meat, they might as well be nuns. Which Starry Sky Master did not have blood on their hands? They could not even bear to step on an ant, so they were probably blushing when they said this. Yi Xian and the others were completely unaware of everything that happened in the outside world, but they could guess that something must have happened. Chapter 33-41. Is wolf meat delicious? Moo! This old man is going to kill him. Ah, this is too much. This is too much. Is this kid a foodie? He just finished eating a piece of the Yinji clan's chicken wing, and now he's eyeing our barbarian bull clan's young master. He even said something about a big steak. Could it be that in his eyes, the young master of my barbarian bull clan is a flying steak? If that's the case, wouldn't this old man be an even bigger piece of old steak? There's no King justice here. Moo! As Yi Xian's words sounded out, an angry moo suddenly came from the direction of the Second Universe's alliance army in the surrounding space. Immediately after, the thunderous roar of one of the elders from the barbarian bull clan resounded through the air, causing everyone in the surroundings to be charred on the outside and tender on the inside. When they looked at the silver light curtain in the space trap array again, everyone's expression changed. They didn't know what to say about Yi Xian in their hearts. This guy was too monstrous. He had just eaten the Yinji clan's young master, and now he wanted to eat the barbarian bull clan's young master. This was clearly the rhythm of offending all the clans in the Second Universe's federation. This kind of godly person, from ancient times to the present, no one dared to think about it before. Shenong Cauldron, inside the cauldron space. After Yi Xian's words sounded, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look in the southwest direction. Then, everyone, including Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, opened their mouths wide and had a sluggish expression on their faces. Because in the direction of their line of sight, there was a huge blood-colored bull roaring. This was clearly a powerhouse from the Second Universe's barbarian bull clan. He also didn't have a human bloodline, but like the Yinji clan's young master Ji Jinghong, he had the blood of the ancient barbarian Bull clan flowing in his body. In front of them, the barbarian Bull clan powerhouse who was roaring in the air must have seen what happened here from a distance. In anger, he immediately revealed his true body and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. From the aura emitted from his body, he was only at the 9th stage of the origin, but his true body was 1,000 meters in size. Obviously, the bloodline density of this barbarian Bull clan powerhouse was extremely strong. Most likely, like Ji Jinghong, he was a direct descendant of the barbarian Bull clan and had a very high status. In Yi Xian's eyes, such an important descendant of the barbarian Bull clan was viewed as a giant steak that could fly. From his tone, it was obvious that he planned to have a roasted steak after eating the chicken wings. This was too shocking. Even Wu Qinzi, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong, the 4 prodigies of the human race, couldn't bear it. They felt like they were about to be struck by lightning. At this time, Yi Xian sighed, because he knew that he couldn't eat the steak this time. If he wanted to eat the steak, this barbarian bull with a strong bloodline couldn't live, but Yi Xian now took a fancy to the rich barbarian Bull clan bloodline in his body. He planned to raise it in the internal space of the Shenong cauldron just like Ji Jinghong. In the future, when he needed the blood of the barbarian Bull clan to be used to brew the great medicine of heaven and earth, he could use it at any time. However, although he couldn't eat the steak, he could still roast a bit of beef leg. Moreover, he had to do this, otherwise, the barbarian Bull clan wouldn't be able to confirm that this barbarian bull with a pure bloodline had fallen, and he was afraid that in the future, they would always be chasing after him. Big steak, tell me your name, this young master doesn't eat nameless people. After making up his mind, Yi Xian flew into the air. The huge arm of the glazed mecha pointed at the huge barbarian bull that was galloping over and roared without any trace of politeness. The key is to tell me whether you have the bloodline of the human clan or not. If you do, this young master can only kill you on the spot. You won't be able to beg me to eat you. Moo! The 1,000-meter-long barbarian bull was so angry that flames were spurting out of his nostrils. The reason he roared and even directly transformed into his true form and rushed over at such a fast speed was because he saw the chicken wing that Yi Xian had roasted before. First of all, he had a good relationship with Ji Jinghong. Second of all, even if they didn't talk about personal relationships, they were all young masters of the top 10 clans in the second universe. If Ji Jinghong was eaten by the human clan, and this person was still alive, it would be a great humiliation to the young masters of the other 9 clans. Therefore, Jiao Ri Tian rushed over at the first moment. His purpose was to kill Yi Xian. He was already so angry that he didn't even care about the words of the elders in his clan to try to win him over as much as possible. Ling Huchong, you dared to treat the young masters of the various clans in the second universe as a delicacy. This time, even if the heavens came, they wouldn't be able to save you. Moo! When Jiao Ri Tian heard that Yi Xian still wanted to eat him, he flew into a rage and roared, "This young master is the young master of the barbarian Bull clan. Jiao Ri Tian is also the young master of the barbarian Bull clan. To be able to die under this young master's pair of horns, you won't feel wronged." Moo! After introducing himself, Jiao Ri Tian roared again. His pair of huge horns suddenly increased in size by half. They were almost as long as half of his body. They emitted an inexplicably sharp aura. Coupled with the extreme speed of his hooves, he actually tore 2 cracks in the void along the way. It was a ghastly sight. Jiao Ri Tian. Fuck, after all this time, it's another one who got struck by lightning. Yi Xian cried out in alarm and rolled his eyes on the spot. The one with the wings was too pretentious. Even the heavens couldn't stand it and struck him with a few invisible lightning bolts. You are even more hateful. But it's not your fault. You can only blame that old stupid bull of yours. Of all the names he could have given you, he just had to give you such a rebellious name. If the heavens didn't strike you, it would be unreasonable. After saying that, Yi Xian immediately activated the spiritual thunder and lightning technique. The sky seemed to be responding to him. Immediately, the same crackling sound of thunder resounded. It was frightening to hear, but they couldn't see the location of the lightning. The spiritual thunder and lightning technique was originally invisible and impossible to guard against. The result of this battle was not suspenseful. Once the spiritual thunder and lightning technique was used, no matter how strong Zhao Ri Tian was, it was useless. Several powerful spiritual thunder and lightning technique directly struck its head, instantly disintegrating its battle strength. It didn't even have the chance to use it before it followed in Ji Jinghong's footsteps and fainted. After that, Yi Xian did the same thing. He took out the withered demon blood blade and cut off a large piece of tendon from Zhao Ri Tian's thigh. At the same time, he skillfully threw Zhao Ri Tian's entire body into the furnace volcano in the central territory of the furnace volcano, where it was imprisoned separately from Ji Jinghong. All of this happened too fast. When Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war reacted, Zhao Ri Tian, who was roaring like thunder, had already disappeared. What was left was a large piece of tendon on its thigh that was pierced through by the withered demon blood blade. It was being roasted in the orange flame of the central territory of the furnace volcano. Chapter 33-42. Greedy Wolf Young Master Lang Gonglia Wolf Meet. Wu Chenzi and the others looked at each other. They couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's pace and were dumbfounded. Didn't they just kill a barbarian bull? Moreover, it was the young master of the barbarian bull clan, Ritian. Why was he asking about wolves? Before they could recover from their shock, a long and angry wolf howl came from the northwest direction in the distance. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they came to a realization. It turned out that a wolf was coming. It was probably because the giant star cauldron had been refined by young Master Linghu, so even if it was far away, and everyone's cultivation was stronger than him, they couldn't sense it with their divine sense, but he knew in advance. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was the question he suddenly asked just now. Listening to his words, it was obvious that he was going to roast the wolf that was coming. He was addicted to eating. As long as it was a non-human, he would want to taste anything. Thinking like this, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others sighed. They were completely convinced this time. Although the wolf hadn't arrived yet, the two that had appeared before were either the young masters of the Yinji clan or the barbarian bull clan. These two clans were both ranked in the top 10 among the clans of the Second Universe Federation. If there was no accident, the wolf that was coming was most likely from the greedy wolf clan of the Second Universe, which was also one of the top 10 clans. And judging from the identities of Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ritian, the wolf that was coming was most likely the young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai. Including him, there were 3 young masters of the clans of the Second Universe Federation present, and all of them were in the top 10. This was really poking the sky. In the top 10 clans of the Second Universe Federation, the young masters of 3 clans were eaten by the same human powerhouse. If this news was spread to the Second Universe, it would cause a huge earthquake. This was really a big deal. The Federation was unstable, and it was about to break up. All of this was thanks to the stomach of this glutton before them. He'd actually eaten the entire Myriad Federation to the point of falling apart. Even though they'd witnessed this with their own eyes, they still couldn't accept and believe it. At the very least, they were absolutely unable to do such a domineering thing. However, this person in front of them was so relaxed as if he didn't care about the identities and backgrounds of these 3 people at all. He was so awesome that even if he didn't want to admit defeat, he had no choice. Before Lang Ganglai, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, arrived, the beef tendon cut off from Zhao Ritian's hind leg had been roasted. After all, it was the fire from the furnace volcano in the central region, the Shanong cauldron. Even if it was only an orange flame, it was still extremely powerful. Under the roasting of the orange flame, the huge beef tendon had shrunk by half. Right now, it was only about 2 meters long and less than a meter in diameter, but it was golden and shiny. It was still dripping with oil. The withered demon blood blade whistled through the air and brought it back to the ground. Yi Xian had already set up a bluestone table with a wave of his hand. Everyone, let's eat together. This time, it's all tendon meat. There are no bones, and the beef is chewy. I don't think it will melt in your mouth like the chicken wings from before. It's such a big piece, we can't eat it all. This time, Yi Xian even invited Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others. These people had already stretched out their necks when the fragrant beef tendon fell from the sky. Now that they heard Yi Xian's words, they were all overjoyed. Even Wu Chenzi from the mysterious Buddhist sect subconsciously licked his lips. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the forest not far away. Xiao Cha, don't remind that big bastard that I'm still in seclusion to break through. Don't leave a piece for me either. This lady will never eat the meat of a fellow Federation member again. I won't eat it even if you beat me to death. It was clearly the voice of the purplish warbler. Moreover, it was clearly a sarcastic remark. It was clearly reminding Duanmu Xiao Cha to leave a piece for her. She could eat it after breaking through. At least, she should taste it. The moment the purplish warbler said this, in the void outside the great space trap formation, the elder of the barbarian bull clan suddenly looked up at the sky and angrily moaned. A pair of bloodshot eyes fiercely glared at old man Xianyuan. Even the elder of the Yinji clan did the same. He finally realized that the 3 girls, including the 8 great Vajras, were all acting. Now, they were all exposed. The surroundings were incomparably silent. All the powerhouses of the human clan were embarrassed. Some of them even subconsciously shrank their necks and blushed. After all, they were allies of the same federation. But now, the young master of the barbarian bull clan was being eaten by a group of young geniuses of the human clan. They were too ashamed to go out. In the space inside the cauldron. After being threatened by Yi Xian again, Gong Wuxin and the other prisoners of war finally gathered together as if relieved of a heavy burden. The 8 great Vajras were in charge of dividing the meat. Each of them cut a large piece, and even Wu Chenzi of the Buddhist sect was no exception. They all held the meat and ate it. Their mouths were full of oil, and their eyes were green with envy. Of course, Duanmu Xiaocha also secretly hid the purplish warbler's portion. She didn't dare to let the silver light curtain in the sky see it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for her to refuse to admit it. Yi Xian naturally had his reasons for doing this. He originally thought that he was only eating the young master of the Yinji clan, but he didn't expect that after wiping his mouth, another barbarian bull would come. Before the barbarian bull was finished roasting, a hungry wolf in the distance was about to arrive. Maybe there would be more to come. At this rate, the top 10 races of the second universe would all be eaten by him. If that happened, the nature of the matter would be different. He might not be able to handle it alone. At this moment, he was dragging this group of people into the water to eat together with him in order to tie the entire human race to his side. Anyway, among the 200 people, the top forces and powerful families in the technology and cultivation camps were included. It could be said that the forces and background behind them were basically equivalent to the entire human race. With these guys tied to him, not to mention the young master of the top 10 clans in the second universe, even if the young master of the federation of the entire second universe was here, Yi Xian would dare to stew him in a pot. Soon, when this large piece of barbarian bull meat was finally eaten by everyone, and when they were almost done eating, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, who was roaring and rushing over from the northwest, finally arrived. Although Lang Gonglia's cultivation realm was the same as Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian, which was the peak of the 9th level of the origin, after he revealed his greedy wolf form, his body was only about 100 meters long. This didn't mean that the greedy wolf bloodline in his body wasn't as strong as the other two. In fact, it was the opposite. The young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, was the most powerful existence among the 13 geniuses of the second universe who entered the inner space of the Shenong Cauldron this time. Chapter 33-43. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Greedy wolf howls at the moon. It could be said that with Lang Gonglia's monstrous level, he would definitely become a giant in the Federation of the Second Universe after he grew up. However, when he came to the third universe of the human race this time, he met young Master Linghu, who was recognized as a peerless genius of the human race in every aspect. Before this, no matter who it was, no one would have thought that the group of young clan leaders from the second universe would end up like this. But now, the facts were in front of them. 2 young clan leaders from the top 10 races had already ended up like this. This made people worry and think about it more than they should. Although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian's comprehensive combat strength was not as good as Lang Gonglia's, the difference was not much. After all, they were both young masters of the top 10 clans of the second universe. The difference in strength between them was so great that it was impossible for them to be like Tian Yuan. If that was the case, Lang Ganglai would not be ranked in the same circle as them. Therefore, when Lang Ganglai appeared in the huge silver light curtain above the Shenong giant cauldron, all the powerhouses outside the space trap array were nervous at first. Needless to say, Lang Ganglai was the most powerful existence among the 13 young prodigies of the second universe who had entered the cauldron's inner space. He was also the third to encounter Linghu young master. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was extremely crucial. It was said that things should not be done more than 3 times. Once more than 3 times, the bottom line in one's heart would collapse. What's more, Lang Gonglia's position was the highest among the 13 people. If even he could not escape the tragic end of being eaten by young Master Linghu, then how could the remaining 10 people be lucky? It meant that the 13 young masters of the 2-universe federation who entered the space inside the cauldron would be eaten by others, and all of them would be annihilated. This kind of tragic result was definitely unprecedented in the history of the second universe federation. The intensity of the chain reaction was simply unimaginable. Because of this, when Lang Gonglia's figure appeared in the silver light screen, the vast space outside the space trapping formation instantly fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the 2 elders of the Yinji clan and the Barbarian Bull clan no longer clamored. They were also nervously watching the silver light curtain in the space trap array. At the same time, in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, Yi Xian and Lang Ganglai, who had just arrived, exchanged a few words before they started fighting. According to Yi Xian's original intention, he had originally planned to ridicule them a little more. Since he had nothing to do, he was not in a hurry. It was rare to come across such a good opportunity to anger those old fogies outside, but they could not do anything to him. Yi Xian did not want to let go of this opportunity to solidify his bad reputation. Only by making people completely afraid of him, with his identity as young Master Linghu and his current situation of being the enemy of the entire world, would he be able to minimize the troubles in the future. At the very least, there would not be too many annoying flies coming to bother them. Even though they would be in big trouble the moment they arrived, Yi Xian had the ability to warp through space, so he was not afraid at all. His only wish was that there would be fewer Tom, Dick, and Harry bothering him. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry would delay his proper business of collecting all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals to concoct Geno potions, as well as preparing to use the Shenong cauldron to brew great medicines in the future. However, that was not the case for Lang Ganglai. He was so angry that he could not wait to kill Yi Xian immediately. Moreover, he seemed to have realized that he was not a match for young Master Linghu at all. Therefore, as soon as he arrived, he did not say anything and directly started fighting. Yi Xian still fought alone, including the purplish warbler, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who had successfully broken through to the 9th Great Realm, Origin Stage 9. He did not order them around and let them fight on the ground as he soared into the sky. In the void, a giant wolf with a body of 100 meters tall and completely silver fur suddenly raised its head and howled toward the sky. Although this wasn't the first time Yi Xian had heard the howl coming from Lang Gonglia's mouth, he'd already howled many times before this fellow arrived. But this time, the howl was clearly different. It was not angry, nor did it carry the slightest emotion. Instead, it seemed to be longer, and there was a strange rhythm to it. Yi Xian was shocked, but he could not describe what kind of feeling it was. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. As Lang Gonglia's howl continued to resound in the sky, a silver moon slowly appeared in the sky of the cauldron under the huge silver light screen formed by Gong Wuxin's crystal ball reflection technique. When this scene appeared, Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground opened their mouths wide. Even Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. This was clearly the interior of the Shenong cauldron, so how could a moon appear? Without a doubt, this strange moon had something to do with Lang Ganglai. It was as if it was summoned by this long wolf howl, or rather, it was condensed by this long wolf howl. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled and was about to ask the devouring system for guidance, Gong Wuxin's expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "The greedy wolf howls at the moon." This is the legendary greedy wolf howls at the moon. This is an ancient divine ability passed down in the bloodline of the greedy wolf clan. Not every member of the greedy wolf clan can awaken it. Sometimes, it is normal that no one in the clan can awaken it. The bright moon in the sky is not a real thing, but a projection of the divine ability. It has a mysterious power. It is said that wherever the light of this bright moon shines, all the energy will be taken by the user of this divine ability, devoured and controlled at will. In this way, the members of the greedy wolf clan who possess this bloodline divine ability are in an invincible position. They are like a real greedy heavenly wolf, who can endlessly replenish their energy in battle and greedily plunder all the energy that the bright moon shines on, including their opponents. These words caused a wave of exclamations among the captives on the ground. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved when he heard these words. To be able to continuously devour energy in a large area for its own use in battle was truly heaven-defying. However, he was merely moved. He definitely wasn't envious at all. Compared to his devouring doppelganger, this divine ability was still a little lacking. The energy that the devouring doppelganger devoured could be turned into his own cultivation and strength, which could be achieved after refining. However, judging from the fact that the illusory moon in the sky was a divine ability projection, the energy that it absorbed was most likely a one-time consumption attribute. Although it was not bad, it was not perfect. It didn't solve the fundamental problem. Moreover, whether the power of this bright moon was as powerful as Gong Wuxin said it was still unknown. As for how powerful it was, he would know after testing it. Chapter 33-44. Breakthrough in Battle, Kacha. Kacha, with a thought from Yi Xian, the crackling sound of lightning could be heard from the sky. Everything was exactly the same as before. Both Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian had fallen because of this strange invisible lightning. It was simply too difficult to defend against. Lightning was fast and powerful to begin with, but it was also invisible. Who could defend against it? Following the sound of these lightning bolts, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others on the ground immediately showed a look of relief. They had basically gotten used to it. It was a conditioned reflex that once the sound of lightning came, someone would immediately fall. When Yi Xian first shouted at Ji Jinghong, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't think much of it and just thought it was a coincidence. However, when Yi Xian used this move to kill Jiao Ri Tian for the second time, even a fool would understand what was going on. Before this, Yi Xian had never used the spiritual lightning technique in the third universe of the human race. Therefore, even if he used it now, it wouldn't be like when he used the fallen sky bow, which immediately made people think about his true identity. Although this spiritual lightning technique was indeed strange and extraordinary, this was after all the space inside the giant star cauldron. This giant cauldron had been refined and collected by Yi Xian, so it was naturally under his control. In the eyes of Gong Wuxin and the others, it really wasn't a big deal for Yi Xian to create lightning bolts with a thought. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in this space inside the cauldron, he was actually the master. Previously, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't realize this point, but later they understood. Then, they recalled that Yi Xian had previously said that the space inside the cauldron had been adjusted by him, so that one could only enter but not leave. This made them regret their actions even more. In this place, Yi Xian was clearly a godlike existence, yet they didn't know what was good for them. They eagerly rushed over to their deaths and ended up in this state. In fact, they deserved it. They had guessed correctly. Yi Xian didn't want to expose the fact that he could control the central region furnace volcano inside the cauldron. Otherwise, when these invaders arrived, Yi Xian could have turned the space inside the cauldron into a sea of fire with a thought. The mountains around the central region's furnace volcano would remain unscathed in the sea of fire, but all the invaders would be suppressed. Of course, that would be too boring. In Yi Xian's opinion, this group of invaders was actually just a plaything he used to pass the time. This was something that even Gong Wuxin and the others didn't realize. Otherwise, who knew what kind of thoughts they would have in their hearts? At this moment, as Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique appeared again, in Gong Wuxin and the others' eyes, this young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, who was known as the #1 person among the younger generation of the various clans in the Second Universe Federation, would most likely be suppressed immediately, just like Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ri Tian. In fact, even Yi Xian thought the same. He was quite confident in his spiritual lightning technique, which had already advanced to a high level. Even if it was in existence at the 10th Great Realm, the Heavenly Passage Realm, he was confident that he could injure it. However, the reality made everyone's eyes drop. The Greedy Wolf clan's greedy wolf howls at the moon was indeed extraordinary. Just as a few familiar crackling sounds of lightning were heard in the space inside the cauldron, the hazy moon hanging under the silver light screen in the sky suddenly flashed. Then, the moonlight poured down, and the outline of several thick lightning bolts vaguely appeared in the sky. Moreover, as soon as the outline of the lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed and turned into a faintly discernible energy that rapidly shot toward the bright moon in the sky. They were actually swallowed. Wherever the moonlight of the Greedy Wolf shone, all the energy could be swallowed. Although Lang Ganglai hadn't cultivated to the extent that he could use the moon of the Greedy Wolf to swallow all the energy in an instant, in this moonlight area, the more active the energy was, the more likely it was that the moon would sense it and exert its divine power on it, and then the more likely it was to be broken down and swallowed. The lightning bolts were too fast and extremely active, so they were instantly captured and broken down and swallowed. This scene was so unexpected that Yi Xian was stunned. On the ground, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of war opened their mouths wide. Their faces were blank, and they couldn't believe it. Even the invisible lightning bolts manifested by the power of the cauldron were defeated. How terrifying was the Greedy Wolf clan's moon howls at the moon. This was only because Lang Ganglai had only cultivated it to the initial level. If he mastered it in the future, its power would be even stronger. Among the young geniuses of the 3 grand universes, who could be his opponent? Being able to swallow energy at any time in battle was already in an invincible position. Following this scene, for the first time, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others didn't have high hopes for Yi Xian. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, acted as if nothing had happened. Although they didn't dare to say that they had seen through all of Yi Xian's abilities, at least they knew that this invisible lightning bolt was not his trump card. It wasn't even his trump card. At most, it was an ability that was quite handy to use. Ha ha ha, Ling Hucheng, your invisible lightning bolt is useless against me. In the area illuminated by the moonlight of the moon of the greedy wolf, the more active the energy is, the more likely it is to be instantly detected and captured. Then, it will be broken down and swallowed. The more you use it, the stronger my counterattack will be. In mid-air, Lang Ganglai, who was in the form of a 100-meter-long wolf, raised his head and laughed. He spoke in a human voice. Now, let's try the first round of attacks formed by your own power. Moon of the Wolf Light Vortex. Whoosh! 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 Following Lang Gonglia's final roar, the hazy moon in the sky suddenly shone brightly. Many crescent-shaped light blades fell like rain, swirling and moving in different trajectories. In an instant, thousands of light blades poured down at the same time. Their target was clearly Yi Xian. It seemed like they were going to envelop him in an instant. This is interesting. He can actually swallow my spiritual lightning bolt. But this is good. Since I can't use my divine abilities and spells, and the energy is too active, then I'll just fight him with pure physical strength. It just so happens that I ate a lot of nutritious food before, and my physical strength has increased greatly. I feel like my body is going to explode. Now, I need to vent. Perhaps, I can even break through during the battle. As long as I can reach the 9th realm, origin, perfection, I can kill him with just this pair of fists. Chapter 33-45. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Jean Haoyan and Medusa, Puff. Little bastard, this old wolf will tear you apart. Outside the Shinong Cauldron, in the void outside the space trap array, in the direction occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces, an elder of the greedy wolf clan opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, followed by a shrill roar and roar. Not far away, several elders from the Yinji clan and the Barbarian Bull clan all cast a sympathetic look at him. It was too sullen. Although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian were eaten, at least in the eyes of that little bastard Ling Hu, they were still worth eating, but now what about Lang Ganglai? He was actually called a fart weasel, and didn't even want to eat him. The dignified greedy wolf clan, ranked in the top 10 among the clans of the Second Universe's Federation, was called a weasel. This was really bad. No wonder the patriarch of the greedy wolf clan was so angry that he spat out blood on the spot. In the void and other directions, all the human powerhouses looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. They were completely convinced by this monstrous young master Ling Hu. This guy was more than just a master of medicine, tools, and arrays. His combat strength was also incomparably monstrous, and he was comparable to the one who was causing trouble in the cultivation camp. However, these were not his strongest abilities. The most powerful thing about this guy was actually his mouth. Not only could he eat, but he also dared to eat, and he was good at insulting others. The dignified greedy wolf clan was called a fart weasel, and the 15th realm of the Heavenly War Empire, Shantu, was also called an old bastard by him. This kind of monstrous talent was absolutely unprecedented. It was already heaven-defying. In the space inside the cauldron. Boom! Boom! In mid-air, the glass mecha giant and Lang Ganglai, who had transformed into a 100-meter-long giant wolf, just arrived at a place, and a huge energy explosion sounded from time to time. For a time, the two were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. Of course, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had met someone who could really suppress him. The supreme power of the little invincible realm was finally thwarted. After all, his cultivation base was only at the 7th stage of the 9th stage, but his opponent was at the 9th stage of the 9th stage, and possessed the powerful bloodline of the greedy wolf clan. Therefore, his combat prowess was almost on par with that of a late-stage Grotto Heaven expert of the 10th stage without being defeated. From this point of view, Yi Xian was still fighting across realms. Both sides of this battle were terrifying existences. This battle was earth-shattering, and even the horizon was covered by the raging energy storm. Unknowingly, more than 2 minutes had passed, and Yi Xian and Lang Ganglai were exchanging blows, fighting to their heart's content. Weasel, you've made me see you in a new light. Ever since I embarked on the path of physical evolution, this young master has never met an opponent like this. To be able to exchange blows with me in such a vivid manner, this is too satisfying. In the fierce battle, Yi Xian said in a voice that only he and Lang Ganglai could hear, "You're strong enough, and your body is hard enough. Not bad, you're the best training partner. I've decided to keep you alive, but not to eat, but to raise you as a human meat. Bah, it should be wolf meat sandbag, for training." Whoa, Lang Ganglai was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but he was not good with words, so he could only raise his head and howl to express and vent his anger. After changing his mind, Yi Xian immediately began to move the battlefield slowly. Unknowingly, the two of them had fought above the giant central region furnace volcano in the space inside the cauldron. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body has improved. Your current realm is at the 8th stage of the origin. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body has improved. Your current realm is at the 9th stage of the origin. He was immediately overjoyed. Previously, he had eaten a lot of nutritious food, and his physical body's vitality had greatly increased. His cells and genes had also undergone a certain degree of transformation and evolution. He had long felt that his whole body was about to explode, and this was the rhythm of a breakthrough. At this time, after a fierce battle with Lang Ganglai, Yi Xian's vitality surged rapidly as he warmed up. His entire physical body's vitality was mobilized, and he finally broke through the shackles of the human body's potential in one fell swoop, tearing apart two invisible shackles. In terms of physical body's vitality, he broke through two more barriers and officially stepped into the 9th stage of the origin. Rumble. Boom, the sound of energy explosions continued, but this time, it was not in the outside world, but in Yi Xian's body. As his physical body's vitality broke through two stages, Yi Xian's body seemed to have formed a huge river, and the terrifying vitality was surging endlessly. It seemed to have faintly caused the void to resonate with the outside world, and the rumbling of the energy in his body was about to spread to the outside world. What? Do you think this young master wants to raise you and use you as a sandbag in the future? Are you still not convinced? Yi Xian's confidence had increased by 2 stages in an instant. Now, he no longer took Lang Ganglai seriously, and if he was caught off guard, he could definitely knock him out with a punch. Whoa, Lang Ganglia's response was still the same, and it was still an angry howl. Howl your ass, my eardrums are damaged. Go down obediently and accompany those 2 good partners of yours. Boom! Yi Xian threw a punch, and at this moment, Lang Ganglai just happened to raise his head and howl angrily. The 30-meter-long mecha's fist, which was larger than a person's body, directly landed on his chin. The terrifying vitality flowed through the fist and into Lang Ganglia's body, and like a roaring river, it instantly gave him a slight concussion and knocked him out on the spot. Whoa! This time, the mournful howl from Lang Ganglia's mouth was abruptly stopped, and his huge body fell towards the central region's furnace volcano, and was directly engulfed by the orange flames that rose into the sky from the volcano's mouth, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason for this was also Yi Xian's intention. After fainting and falling into this volcano, no matter how one looked at it, Lang Ganglai was definitely going to die. He was going to be burned by the flames until not a single strand of hair was left behind, and he was going to be turned into ashes. But in fact, he was not injured at all. After reaching the bottom of the volcano, he would be locked in another independent small cage like Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian. No matter whether it was his aura or roar, he would not be able to escape. It was also at this moment that Lang Ganglia's huge body was smashed down by Yi Xian's punch, and disappeared into the volcano's mouth below. At the same time, from several directions in the distance, there were a total of 10 people, and they were the other members of this second universe's young prodigy hunting team. The leader was the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, who was as famous as Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and Lang Ganglai, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa. Chapter 3346. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Great Chaotic War Outside the Cauldron. Following the death of the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, the surrounding void once again fell into chaos. Awoo! Awoo! In the void occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces, the elder of the Greedy Wolf clan was furious. The entire void was filled with his crazy wolf howls, which made people's hair stand on end. However, the human powerhouses in other directions were already used to it. They shook their heads and sighed, muttering to themselves that this time, the Second Universe's allied forces would probably be wiped out. They actually quite approved of young Master Linghu's cruelty in their hearts. At least, he didn't kill the previous human prodigies. However, he didn't show any mercy to the prodigies from the Second Universe's various clans. Those guys were incomparably arrogant. Previously, they had openly said that they looked down on the human race. Now that they had ended up like this, although the surrounding human powerhouses didn't clap and cheer, they still felt quite happy in their hearts. Based on this point alone, their impression of young Master Linghu improved slightly. Of course, everyone knew in their hearts that the reason he did this was not to show goodwill to the human race. The key was that the desire for good food was acting up. When he saw this group of animals from the Second Universe's various clans, he directly drooled. In the face of Lang Gonglia's death and the appearance of Jin Haoyan, Medusa, and the others, the elders of the Golden Eagle clan and the Colored Python clan, as well as the other 8 prodigies from the Second Universe's various clans, all had their hearts in their mouths at this moment. They had both hope and worry. They hoped that now that the 10 of them had finally gathered, they might really be able to suppress the cruel and hateful young Master Linghu. What he was worried about was that these 10 fellows would be like Ji Jinghong and the other 2 from before, being too arrogant and engaging in some kind of one-on-one duel. If that happened, they would really be completely annihilated. Fortunately, an angry roar came from the silver light curtain, which made them feel slightly relieved. Jin Haoyan and Medusa roared at the same time, and the 10 figures rushed up together. Unfortunately, what happened next was too unexpected. In an instant, the hearts of the elders of the various clans in the Second Universe's Federation were completely in their throats, at the same time, in the cauldron space. The young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, both roared furiously. This fellow is too savage, simply hateful. Taking advantage of the fact that we haven't arrived yet, he actually used his superior numbers to deal with Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and Lang Ganglai in succession. Everyone, attack together. That's right. There's no need to talk about mercy with these human ants. Blood for blood. Today, no one here can escape. The 10 of us will definitely suppress all of you. As the 2 of them roared, the 10 young masters and young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe all roared at the sky. They activated their blood and manifested their blood bodies. Jin Haoyan was a giant golden eagle that was thousands of meters long like Ji Zhan. He was comparable to Ji Jinghong, and Yi Xian's eyes immediately turned green when he saw him. As for Medusa, she was a giant mottled python that was over 1,000 feet long. She looked extremely frightening. She flicked her tongue that was several feet long, and Yi Xian shuddered when he saw her. Although her bloodline was definitely extraordinary, Yi Xian was wary of this kind of vicious beauty and didn't really like it. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he directly gave up on it and decided to suppress it instead of stealing the heavens and changing his mouth to raise it himself. The other 8 fellows were basically all huge in size. Although they didn't come from the top 10 clans in the Second Universe like Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian, their cultivation wasn't weak either. Their blood was also extraordinary. At this time, the 10 giant beasts covered a small part of the sky. After manifesting their blood bodies, the 10 giant beasts immediately roared downwards. Jin Haoyan and Medusa pounced towards Yi Xian. Although more than half of the other 8 giant beasts did the same, 2 of them pounced towards Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others on the ground. They were clearly going to suppress the younger generation of the human race in one fell swoop. This is too much. What does it have to do with us? You're just from the outer realm. How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? Don't you think you're too arrogant? They look down on the human race. They deserve to be beaten. Everyone, let's join forces and suppress them. That's right. These guys are shameless anyway. Just now, it was clearly Ling Huchong who was fighting alone, but he said we were outnumbered. Since he said that, how can we be wronged? Let's just give him the outnumbered version. Kill. As he wishes, let's torture these foreign beasts. Seeing that 2 giant beasts were charging towards them, intending to suppress them together, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners were all angry. They had been holding it in before, but now they couldn't hold it in anymore. In an instant, more than 200 figures rushed into the sky together. This time, even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaochua, and Zhao Qianru didn't fall behind. They also attacked. Although these guys had been injured by Yi Xian before, it had been a long time. Under the condition of taking healing medicine, even if they hadn't fully recovered, they had basically recovered. Moreover, they had all eaten some roast beef just now, which was also a kind of supplement. At this time, more than 200 prisoners, who had basically recovered most of their combat power, rushed into the sky at the same time. All kinds of treasures were summoned, and in the blink of an eye, they fought fiercely with the 10-second universe giant beasts that covered a small part of the sky above. Roar! Screech! Roar, rumble! Angry roars shook the sky, mixed with a lot of energy explosions. In an instant, this part of the sky was occupied by a huge battlefield. The 10 giant beasts from the various races of the second universe were fighting more than 200 young elites of the human race. The scene was extremely chaotic. Every minute, every second, there was a rain of blood pouring down. Soon after, the ground below was dyed red. This was basically the blood of the 10 giant beasts from the second universe. Their bodies were big enough that even if they bled, they would still be able to bleed for a long time. After suffering such injuries, they were completely fine. Instead, they fought fiercely. Although the 10 giant beasts all had powerful combat power that could fight above their level, in the face of more than 200 human powerhouses who were on par with them in terms of cultivation realm, they were in a situation where they were suppressed. All of them were in a sorry state. But even so, the prisoners of war had no intention of stopping. Anyway, everyone was fighting side by side. Moreover, this group of so-called young masters from the second universe was too arrogant and provoked them first. In addition, the law didn't punish the majority. Even if a few were killed on the spot, they wouldn't be punished too severely. Chapter 3347. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Another one tricked. Flaming Eagle Plume. Blazing Python Rainbow. In the chaotic battlefield in the cauldron, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, were furious. They roared at the same time. This was the rhythm of both of them activating their bloodline abilities. Previously, the moon of the greedy wolf in the sky had disappeared after Lang Ganglai, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, was defeated and suppressed. However, at this moment, as Jin Haoyan and Medusa activated their bloodline abilities and fully activated them, 2 different phenomena appeared in the sky above the chaotic battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh! Jin Haoyan's falcon plume flaming rain was a rain of energy arrows formed by countless golden feathers. After he revealed his true bloodline body, Ji Haoyan's wingspan was close to 10,000 meters, comparable to Ji Jinghong. Such a huge golden eagle was covered with countless golden feathers. Right now, as Jin Haoyan fully activated the Golden Eagle clan's flaming eagle plume, a small part of the sky was instantly illuminated. Every energy feather was shining with a golden light. Not only was there light, but there were also faint flames rising from them. This was clearly a powerful area of effect attack, but in Jin Haoyan's eyes, the only existence that posed a threat to him was Yi Xian. Therefore, this was originally an area of effect attack of the Golden Eagle clan's bloodline ability. Countless golden flame feathers rained down from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth as they whistled towards the glazed mecha giant. As for the colored Python clan's Princess Medusa's blazing Python rainbow bloodline ability, it was two intense rainbow-colored beams of light. Although they did not seem shocking, the two dreamlike rainbow-colored beams of light shot out from Medusa's eyes at an extremely fast speed. There was even a strange sizzling sound in the void. It was as if boiling oil was poured into an ice field and was rapidly melting. Whoosh! In the next instant, a young prodigy from a certain top-notch family in the science and technology faction was darting about in the midst of the fierce battle. He unwittingly crossed the path of one of the two rainbow-colored blazing lights that was heading for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's rainbow blaze, which had been aimed at Yi Xian, ended up hitting this unlucky guy instead. A bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he locked his attention on this fellow. For some reason, the two seven-colored blazing lights that shot out from Medusa's eyes gave him a rather dangerous feeling. However, Yi Xian had no idea how powerful it was. He was paying close attention to it in order to investigate this matter. In his line of sight, the guy who was accidentally hit by one of the seven-colored blazing lights suddenly froze. Then, his whole body began to stiffen and petrify at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole process was extremely fast. In just a breath's time, this unlucky guy's entire body had completely turned into a gray stone statue. There was no trace of life in him at all. He fell to the ground like a human-shaped rock. There was no doubt that when this human-shaped stone statue came into contact with the ground below, the result would definitely be a loud collapse. The unlucky guy's body would shatter into pieces of stone. He would definitely be deader than dead. F***ck. This is too insidious. Yi Xian was shocked and subconsciously cursed. He quickly moved and dodged the other streak of seven-colored blazing light. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Medusa, who had revealed her bloodline true form, which was a huge colored python. A hint of annoyance flashed in the latter's eyes at this moment. Her eyes stared at Yi Xian tightly, revealing a strong hatred, but she did not shoot out a similar seven-colored blazing light again. Yi Xian understood in his heart. It seemed that although this kind of magic was powerful and strange, it must have a limit. Just like the cooldown period of the energy cannon, after using it once, it had to wait for a period of time before it could be used again. It could not be used continuously. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian would not give her a chance to shoot out such a terrifying seven-colored blazing light again. Boom! With a flash of his figure, Yi Xian's figure had already arrived in front of the huge colored python in the blink of an eye. After a punch, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. A small part of the huge colored python's body was severely injured. Many bones were broken. It let out a wail and fell to the ground below. At this moment, the rain of golden feathers that covered the heavens and covered the earth had finally arrived. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. As if he did not see it, he allowed the feather-shaped flame rain filled with golden flames to fall on the surface of the glazed mech, but it did not leave a single mark. After all, it was a quasi-starry sky treasure level. If it could not even block the energy flame rain cast by the 9th realm origin 7th order perfection opponent, then it would be too disappointing. Now it's my turn. Seeing that Jin Haoyan's bloodline magic was useless against him, Yi Xian was completely relieved. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He whispered and rushed towards the opponent. This time, he even activated the glazed mech's antimatter energy thruster, doubling his speed. His whole body was like a purple flowing arrow. Jin Haoyan could not dodge at all. In less than half a breath, Yi Xian had already appeared on the back of the giant golden eagle. Get the hell down, you! Crack! Crack! Boom! As he shouted, Yi Xian directly activated the spiritual source core in his brain. The spiritual thunder technique that had been used many times before was displayed again. This time, 3 invisible thunderbolts bit the tail and all of them struck the back of the giant golden eagle's head. If it did not faint after this, then it would be unreasonable. However, Yi Xian still felt that it was not safe. This golden eagle's feathers were as hard as steel. If it did not faint, then it would be really troublesome. To be safe, Yi Xian threw a punch with all his strength and smashed it directly on Jin Haoyan's back. A huge energy explosion erupted, followed by a wail. Ji Zhan's giant golden eagle, which was 10,000 meters long, fainted without any suspense. Its huge body followed in the footsteps of Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian, falling towards the central region's furnace volcano below as if it was aiming at something. This was the 3rd time Yi Xian had done this. Previously, Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian had both done this. Now, he had successfully captured another golden eagle. Very quickly, the enormous body of the falling giant golden eagle was engulfed by the orange flames that soared into the sky from the central region's furnace volcano. In the eyes of the experts in the outside world, falling into the depths of such a scorching volcano would definitely result in not leaving a single hair behind. Yi Xian had once again deceived the heavens and the sea. Screech! Awoo! Following the fall of Jin Haoyan, the other 9 giant dire beasts roared or wailed. Even Medusa, who had been smashed to the ground by Yi Xian and had now returned to her human form, was no exception. After a fierce howl, she viciously stabbed at Yi Xian in the sky, then turned around and fled. When they saw that Medusa was already in such a state, and that Jin Haoyan was already finished, the other 8 dire beasts instantly lost their will to fight. As if they had agreed to it, they all reverted back to their original bloodline forms and became smaller targets as they scattered in all directions. Chapter 33-48. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If you don't redeem yourself in 3 days, I'll eat you. You can't escape. I've adjusted the internal field of this star cauldron. Although those below the first level of the grotto heaven can enter, they can't leave. If you don't believe me, you can try. Don't blame me if you get killed by the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. Seeing that the 9 young masters and princesses from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe wanted to escape, Yi Xian sneered. He didn't intend to chase them at all. He stood still and warned them loudly, "Now you only have one way to go. Before I change my mind, come here and surrender immediately. Since you saved me the effort of capturing you, I'll spare you some physical pain. As long as you behave, I promise I won't eat you. Otherwise, once I catch you one by one, it's hard to say what will happen to you. I won't eat your meat, but I'm sure you'll suffer some physical pain, broken bones, and broken tendons. Think carefully. I've always been an impatient person. I'll only wait for 3 minutes. I won't wait after that." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned around and looked at the 200+ prisoners that had gathered behind him because the battle had ended. He loudly ordered, "Those who haven't returned in 3 minutes, capture them all. If there's any resistance, kill them all on the spot. This young master is to blame." Hearing this, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The 8 great Vajras, on the other hand, responded loudly. It was obvious that they were deeply immersed in their role and had even trained to be henchmen. Rumble, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a violent burst of energy came from the distant sky. A young master from a certain race of the Federation of the Second Universe didn't believe it and rushed toward the atmosphere formed by the 9-colored mist in the sky. As a result, he was directly blown to pieces. His whole body turned into a cloud of blood and instantly died. This scene was so shocking that the other 8 people were instantly shocked. They stopped at the same time and turned to look at Yi Xian. Ling Huchong, do you really want to become enemies with all the races of the Second Universe? The little princess of the colored python tribe, Medusa, was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never felt so sullen before. She had failed in her hunt and was being abused instead. Now, she couldn't even leave and was forced to surrender to her prey. She had never thought that something like this would happen to her today. It was too hurtful to her pride. You shameless little girl. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Yi Xian was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and pointed at Medusa. You brats traveled billions of miles from the Second Universe to come here. What did I do to offend you? Now that you're no match for me, you actually dare to reprimand me for being your enemy. Did you not consider this question before coming here? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure had already leaped up and rushed straight toward Medusa and the other 8 people. Even the Glaze Mech's antimatter energy thruster had been activated. His entire body turned into a flowing arrow that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He instantly arrived in front of Medusa. As he roared, he threw a punch. Congratulations, little girl. Your words just now successfully pissed me off. Now, I've changed my mind. The 3-minute time limit is cancelled. I won't accept voluntary surrender anymore. I'm going to beat all of you up one by one. I'll start with you. Boom. Kachacha. As he spoke, Yi Xian's right fist had already thrown out. The Glaze Mech was 30 meters tall, and his fist was bigger than a person. It suddenly landed on Medusa's body, and the sound of bones shattering could be heard. She was caught off guard and was hit squarely on the head. She spat out blood and fainted on the spot. The other 7 people were shocked. Without another word, they turned around and ran. They had just gathered, but when they saw the danger approaching, they scattered like birds and beasts. Ha ha ha, are these the so-called young patriarchs and geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe? In my opinion, they are clearly a group of motley crew. They turned around and ran without saying a word. Moreover, their movements are so skillful. This isn't the first time, right? Yi Xian raised his head and laughed. Before he finished laughing, he had already chased after them. The Glaze Mech's antimatter energy thruster was still active. His entire body turned into an arrow that could not be seen by the naked eye, flying in all directions. Every time he caught up, he would directly raise his arm and throw a punch. Then, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining 8 geniuses of the Second Universe, including Medusa, were all knocked out. There was no exception. It seems that it's faster to do it yourself. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. Yi Xian stopped and swept his gaze across the 8 people who had fallen to the ground. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others, who were already dumbfounded in the distance. What are you waiting for? I don't keep idle people under me. Remember to be smart in the future. I am in charge of beating people, and you are in charge of collecting the spoils and taking in the prisoners of war. Before he could finish speaking, the 8 great guardian deities had already walked over eagerly. The other 200 or so prodigies of the great clans hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and followed behind. Very soon, they carried Medusa and the other 8 back and threw them on a small hill, where they lay on the ground. Your cultivation level is actually at the 9th level of the origin. As soon as Yi Xian's figure arrived, Gong Wuxin stared at him with a strange expression and muttered with a little hesitation and fear. When Yi Xian's cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the origin, it was enough to completely destroy him. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the origin, it was obviously easier for him. It was estimated that with a punch, most of the bones in his body would be broken on the spot, and he would not be able to move for half a day. No wonder he was able to knock out Medusa and the other 8 young masters from the various clans of the second universe in less than 3 minutes. It should be known that these 8 fellows all had the powerful bloodline of ancient beasts, and the density was extremely high. Their qi and blood were enormous, and their bodies were as hard as a rock. These were their common characteristics. At the same cultivation level, even Gong Wuxin and the other geniuses of the human race would need 3 or 4 people to fight against them. However, under Yi Xian's iron fist, they were as weak as lambs. In comparison, the latter was more like a ferocious beast that swept all directions with his fist. They were all from the human race, but the gap between them was so huge. This was a blow to Gong Wuxin and the others, and they began to doubt their lives. Yes, I had a good fight with that weasel just now. My muscles and bones were completely stretched, and I accidentally broke through to the next level. Awesome! Yi Xian grinned and casually brushed this matter aside. Then, ignoring the stunned expressions of Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, he turned his head and swept his gaze over the silver light curtain that covered a small part of the sky above his head. Pointing at the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the others who were still unconscious on the slope, he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Old bastards from the second universe, listen up. Send all the spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and rare minerals that this young master needs as soon as possible. The more the better." Chapter 3349. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The #1 foodie in the world. The time limit is only 3 days. I won't wait any longer. After 3 days, I will stew these 8 little bastards in one pot. Pft. Pft. Outside the Shinong cauldron, in the corner of the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition forces, as Yi Xian's words came out through the silver light curtain above the formation, there were immediately sounds of spitting blood, one after another. The elders of the various clans of the Second Universe who were in charge of leading the team were all furious. Previously, when Yi Xian suppressed and even killed Ji Jinghong and the other young masters of the various clans of the Second Universe in a short period of time, this group of old guys was already full of anger and almost exploded. At this moment, when they heard that Yi Xian actually wanted to use this matter to blackmail the various clans, they didn't want to obey and directly stew their young masters in one pot. Coupled with the words, "old bastard," the group of elders finally couldn't bear it anymore and completely exploded. "Ah, I'm going to kill this old man. Ling Hu Chong, this old man will skin you alive. Damn this broken cauldron, it's as hard as a turtle shell. Even the 15th realm of the universe can't break it and can't enter to kill this bastard. I hate it." In anger, the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition forces was disturbed by the thunderous roars of the elders of various clans. The airflow was turbulent, and the wind was fierce. Seeing this scene, all the human clan masters who were guarding in other directions were collectively petrified. They now had a clearer understanding of young Master Ling Hu's monstrous level. It was just one person, but he had made the elders of more than a dozen clans so angry that they all vomited blood and went crazy. A small part of the void was trembling. This kind of ability was probably only him. Later, when these human clan masters came back to their senses, exclamations and exclamations that were deliberately suppressed sounded one after another. He defies the natural order of things. Young Master Ling Hu is definitely challenging an era. He's alone, and he's suppressing 2 major dimensions. The younger generation of the human race and the Second Universe's various races are all being suppressed by him alone. He's really a peerless monster. This kind of momentum is already invincible. Even the invincible war god, who is tormenting the cultivator camp and still can't be determined whose clone it is, will be overshadowed by him. That's right, young Masterling who is fully deserving of the human clan's #1. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant and doesn't have a sense of honor for the clan. And clan's honor. The human clan's younger generation. I don't think so. Don't forget that there's still Prince Xian. Although he hasn't made any moves recently, which one of the previous incidents was weaker than this? Even the 6th 10 out. 10 is his translations. Isn't the invincible war god still causing a ruckus in the cultivator camp? We still can't determine whose clone it is. If it's confirmed that it's Prince Xian's clone, then the title of the #1 of the younger generation will belong to him. Even a clone can be considered a peerless monster. Do we even need to talk about the main body? If the main body and the clone work together, they will definitely crush young Masterling Hu. If they want him to admit defeat, boom. Rumble. While the human clan masters were whispering to each other and discussing animatedly, the dozen or so small fortresses and space fortresses of the Second Universe's Alliance army in the void were unexpectedly activated and rapidly moved in the direction of the Tianqian nation. Obviously, they were afraid and decided to compromise with Yi Xian. Otherwise, the 8 young masters of the Second Universe's various clans, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, would be stewed in a pot. That kind of scene was too beautiful and too demonic. If it really happened, the various clans of the Second Universe's alliance would be too ashamed to live in the world. Although this was too shocking and ordinary people would definitely not do it, young Masterling Hu was definitely not one of them. Didn't he already eat 2 of them before? Other than the Greedy Wolf clan's young master Lang Ganglai, the Golden Eagle clan's young master Jin Haoyan, the Silver Eagle clan's young master Ji Jinghong, and the Barbarian Bull clan's young master Ri Tian, none of them were spared. They were all killed and their flesh was roasted. It was a tragic sight. The reason these old fellows were rushing to the Tianqian nation was because they wanted to connect the Tier 3 star network of the Tianqian nation to the Tier 1 star network of the Immortal Dynasty. They wanted to open a wormhole transmission channel and send all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals that Yi Xian needed from the various clans of the Second Universe. Of course, this kind of wormhole transmission consumed a lot of energy. Even they would feel the pinch. However, they couldn't care less now. In order to prevent Medusa and the others from being stewed in a pot, they could only grit their teeth and swallow the price no matter how high it was. Looking at the huge army of the Second Universe leaving quickly, Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, and Chang Yu Jinglong looked at each other and raised their hands to wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. At this time, they were very scared, especially Tuoba Xiong. Luckily, young Masterling Hu didn't stay in the Tuoba family all the time and left on his own initiative. Otherwise, with this young master's great appetite and the world's #1 foodie temper, if there wasn't enough food like braised dragon liver and brown sauce in the future, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't pick some white and tender existences from the Tuoba family and secretly wash them clean and cook them. It was too cruel and too terrifying. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong almost raised his hand to slap himself. He was really muddle-headed before. He actually wanted to force that guy to stay in the Tuoba family. Luckily, he failed. Otherwise, he would have invited a wolf into the house. Moreover, it was a hungry wolf that could eat people. Fortunately, the allies of the Second Universe sent a group of young masters and young masters with strong bloodlines. After shivering, Tuoba Xiong's face was full of relief. It was probably because those powerful elders from the Second Universe had left in a hurry that this old man dared to say anything without hiding anything. I think after that monster tasted this kind of top-grade ingredient, he probably doesn't care about the braised dragon liver anymore. I don't think he will come to harm us again, Tuoba Xiong said. Tuoba Xiong's face was full of joy. Bodhisattva, if this monster isn't killed this time, don't let him stay in the human race's territory. If he wants to go to the second universe. The universe there is full of descendants of all kinds of divine birds and fierce beasts. If he wants to eat, he can eat as much as he wants. After that, the people in charge of the big families and forces in the human race's camp began to communicate with each other and get busy. Although Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other captives of the human race didn't have to worry about being stewed and eaten by young Master Ling Hu, that guy was too cruel. If he didn't get the ransom, it was very likely that he would cripple or kill them. He would definitely do this kind of thing. In the eyes of these people in charge of the big families and forces, Yi Xian was definitely going to die this time. Soon, the day when ancestor Qin Kuan of the Zhan family returned would be the day he would be beheaded. Therefore, in terms of the ransom, the big families were very generous. After all, it was just a matter of passing through their hands. Once this guy died, they would immediately return to their hands. Chapter 3350. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. They re all in this together. Inside the cauldron. After confirming that the inner field of the Shenong cauldron was already under Yi Xian's control, even the experts below the 10th level of the heavenly passage could only enter. After confirming that the inner field of the Shenong cauldron was already under Yi Xian's control, even the experts below the 10th level of the heavenly passage could only enter and not leave. In the end, the few people who had acted alone or escaped from the great battle obediently gathered together. After all, if they wanted to leave the farmer god cauldron, they would have to go through Yi Xian. If they kept hiding in the distance and angered the ferocious young Master Ling Hu, they would be locked up in the cauldron space forever. That would be troublesome. Half a day later, the 8 heavens prides of the Federation of the Second Universe, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, finally woke up one after another. As for their storage magic treasures and cultivation resources, everything was naturally plundered and stored in Yi Xian's undying world. Seeing that these guys had woken up, Yi Xian casually threw a small bottle of healing medicine to each of them. At the very least, he had to let them regain their mobility. Otherwise, when the ransom arrived, would he have to support them and send them out? Watch these 8 guys carefully. This young master wants to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough. If they don't behave, just beat them up. If they die, it's on me. After everything was settled, Yi Xian waved his hand and gave a few instructions to Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. Then, he was about to leave. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru staring at him. Because of the silver light curtain in the sky, the 3 girls didn't dare to exchange glances to avoid being seen through. However, Yi Xian knew them very well. With just a glance, he understood the 3 girls' thoughts. At first, he wanted to ignore them, but then he thought that if he did, he would definitely be punished. Helplessly, he could only sigh and pretend to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the 3 women. After looking them up and down, he waved his hand and said, "You 3, come with this young master. You need someone to wait on you even if you want to serve tea or water." Although these words fulfilled the wishes of the purplish warbler girls, they didn't feel good. The 3 girls' faces immediately darkened. They weren't pretending, they were really a little annoyed. "How dare you ask me to serve tea and water?" "Okay, you're good, young Master Zhao Qianru, huh?" The 3 girls exchanged glances and muttered in their hearts. They were thinking about how they would deal with Yi Xian's. As for Gong Wuxin, Wu Chen, and the others, after being stunned for a moment, their expressions instantly became strange. They glanced at Yi Xian, then looked at Xianyuan Ziying and the other 2 girls, who had faces full of shame and indignation. They all sighed. In their opinion, Yi Xian must be up to no good by suddenly taking the 3 purplish warbler girls away. It was a pity that these 3 delicate beauties were about to be taken by a pig. What a scourge. Then, Yi Xian quickly left with the 3 purplish warbler girls. Gong Wu Axian, Wu Chen Zi, and the others couldn't leave anyway, so he wasn't afraid that they would run away. Although there weren't any buildings in the space inside the farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian had refined the entire cauldron. The field inside the cauldron could be changed according to his will, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to create a temporary cave residence. Considering the existence of the silver light curtain in the sky, Yi Xian took the 3 purplish warbler girls into a dense ancient forest and directly went underground. From there, they came to the depths of the furnace volcano in the central region. The furnace volcano looked like a ring-shaped volcano from the outside, but the structure inside was actually the same. The deeper one went, the wider it became. When they reached the deepest part of the volcano, they could no longer see any flames, but it was not dark. The orange-red flames above were like a canopy. The flames illuminated the bottom of the furnace volcano very brightly. Moreover, it was a pleasing orange-red color. The bottom of the furnace volcano was like a vast plain, with no end in sight. In the center was a large lake surrounded by 9-colored mist. This lake should be the core of the furnace volcano. The roots of the orange-red flames extended from the lake and expanded upwards like a mushroom cloud. Presumably, the 2-colored flames to the 9-colored flames in the future should be the same. Even Yi Xian couldn't completely understand the 9-colored lake in the central region, but other than that, he could control the other areas at the bottom of the furnace volcano at will. At this moment, he had constructed 5 independent spaces on the walls of the volcano with his thoughts. 1 small space and 4 big spaces. The small space was sealed, without any gap, and the immortal and imperishable bead was placed inside. As for the 4 big spaces, they were like cages, imprisoning Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, Lang Ganglai, and Jin Haoyan respectively. At present, the 4 of them had all woken up, and were roaring loudly. From time to time, there was a loud roar of bombardment on the walls. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. The walls at the bottom of the furnace volcano were equivalent to the walls of the farmer god cauldron. This was a primitive treasure. Even the 15th level of the universe realm couldn't leave a scratch on it. If Yi Xian didn't agree, they would never be able to get out. Although they were making a lot of noise now, after a long time, they would all die. At this moment, Xianyuan Ziying and the other 2 girls followed behind Yi Xian and entered the space at the bottom of the volcano. With a glance, they saw Ji Jinghong's group of 4 imprisoned within the rock wall cage. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately cried out in alarm, "Eh? These 4 guys are here. And they are all locked up. After all this time, you didn't kill them. With your gluttonous nature, how could you be willing to waste such a good top-grade ingredient? You just cut a small piece and roasted it for a taste. After all, it turns out that you just want to raise it and eat it slowly. That's a good idea. If you're hungry, you cut a piece to go with wine. Anyway, it'll grow back in a few days. You'll never be able to finish it. But, why did you keep that weasel as well? Meat is smelly. Can you eat it? If you keep it here, be careful not to smoke the birds, cows, and eagles. They are so delicious. It would be a pity if the meat is smelly." The 3 girls only said 1 sentence each, but their lethality couldn't be underestimated. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits as he stared at them with his mouth agape. His entire mind was muddled. This mouth. Wasn't it too poisonous? As for Ji Jinghong and the other 3 imprisoned in cages, they instantly went berserk and roared like crazy. Especially Lang Ganglai. This time, he was really looked down upon too much. His whole body was about to explode. He slammed his head on the wall and was furious. "Ah, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 3351. Chapter 3351, Chapter 335 Heavenly Cave, Stop Messing Around. The rock wall at the bottom of this furnace volcano is equivalent to the wall of the Shannon Cauldron. This cauldron is an ancient treasure. Even if the 15th Great Realm Master comes, he won't be able to leave even a scratch on it. Even if you crack your head, you won't be able to move it even a little bit. It was probably because the four of them had suffered too much shock that Yi Xian gave them a rare few words of consolation. As for the matter of eating you, you can rest assured that this young master has no such intention. Although the reason why I kept the four of you here was because of the bloodline in your body, this young master didn't do it to satisfy my appetite. Instead, it was to refine medicine. In the future, when I need it, I'll ask you to give me some blood or cut off some liver or kidney for this young master. Unfortunately, the effect of his words of consolation was truly speechless, and actually backfired. When Ji Jinghong and the others heard that Yi Xian actually planned to raise them and bleed them one by one in the future, and from time to time, they would have to cut off a piece of liver, a piece of kidney, or something like that for him to use as medicine, they immediately went crazy. Their roars became even more intense. Ah, kill you. This father will kill you. Demon, you are a demon from head to toe. I'd rather die than become your living medicine. Ling Huchong, just give up. If worse comes to worst, I'll just blow myself up. Ling Huchong said. While roaring, a majestic and chaotic aura gushed out of Jiao Ri's body. It seemed that he was really ready to self-detonate. Explode. Explode if you have the ability. Don't forget that this is this young master's territory. Even if you explode into a bloody mist, it won't be a waste. This young master can collect it with a thought, put it in a bottle, and use it slowly in the future. Yi Xian curled his lips and didn't accept the threat at all. He sneered and said, moreover, this young master wants something, how can I be satisfied if I don't get it? If you dare to self-detonate, this young master will immediately run to your barbarian bull tribe if this young master can survive this disaster. I believe that the barbarian bull tribe should have more than one son, right? When the time comes, we'll skewer all of your brothers and sisters and let them bleed one by one every day. Besides, do you think you still have the ability to self-destruct after being locked in this young master's Shannon Cauldron? Be careful that you don't die from self-detonation and end up half dead. You'll slowly recover, but in the end, you'll still have to obediently bleed. Sigh, you can do whatever you want if you want. After saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand and sealed the rock cage that imprisoned the four of them. Not a single sound could be heard. Similarly, they could not sense anything outside the cage, whether it was sound or sight. However, Yi Xian did not calm down because of this, because in the next moment, the three purplish warbler girls started to cause a ruckus. Of the three girls, two of them were tugging at his arms and swinging him left and right, while the last one was standing in front of Yi Xian, pounding her little fists on his chest like she was hammering a stake. Shannon Cauldron. You said this is the Shannon Cauldron. That's a legendary primordial treasure, right? We're doomed, we're doomed. We've really hit the jackpot this time, to be able to randomly pick up such a treasure in the void. We've earned big this time, we have to share the spoils. We have to share the spoils. Yes, yes, yes. As the saying goes, those who see it have a share. The last time you entered the Shannon Cauldron, we went together and even covered for you, not revealing your identity. In the end, you got such a huge benefit, but we didn't get anything. This is too unreasonable, we have to compensate you, but this Shannon Cauldron is a whole, you can't just cut off a piece and take it away. In this case, the cauldron can be yours, but you have to show some appreciation in other aspects, such as, in addition to the battle armor, you have to help us upgrade our small private warships. That's right, we're all familiar with each other, so we'll let it go this time, but you can't cut corners. You have to have all kinds of arrays, especially that killing array system. My brother, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be a Grandmaster Array Master, to even be able to come up with such a battleship killing array system. After all this time, it turned out that the three girls were waiting for him here. Yi Xian finally understood and immediately shook his head with a bitter smile. He spread his hands and said, "It's not impossible to help you fuse your small private warships, but you have to let me do it one by one, right? I haven't finished the battle armor from before, and this is only the first fusion. The materials you gave me for the second fusion are still there, so I have to finish the battle armor first before we talk about the warships, right?" Hearing this, the three maidservants exploded on the spot, and once again began to chatter noisily. "What? You haven't used the materials for the second fusion? We've already brought the treasures and materials for the third fusion this time, aren't you too slow? You can't slack off like this, you have to work overtime." "That's right, the situation today is special, so I won't force you, but the next time we meet, the third fusion must be completed. Otherwise, we'll settle everything at once." In the end, Yi Xian could only pat his chest and promise that after this matter was over, he would finish the third fusion first. The next time they met, the three battle armors would have all been fused for the third time. Otherwise, they would be at the mercy of others. As a result, the three maidservants finally stopped bothering him and didn't continue to pester him. "By the way, you said you were going to make a breakthrough in seclusion." Then, the purplish warbler changed the topic and asked Yi Xian with a strange expression, "Didn't you just make a breakthrough in the battle? And it's 2 consecutive breakthroughs, from the origin level 7 to the perfection level 9. Why are you breaking through again so soon? You're in such a hurry, be careful that your realm is unstable. Besides, it's not that easy to make a breakthrough in a major realm, it depends on luck. You seem to be a little too hasty. Do you think I want to?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. "My cultivation has always been stagnant, and now I'm still at the black hole level 1. The breakthrough I'm talking about now is the path of physical evolution, and I'm relying on the gene cultivation fluid to make a breakthrough. Now, my physical body is at the perfection level 9 of the origin level 9, and I've prepared more than 1 bottle of the level 10 fluid. I can take it at any time to make a breakthrough. Once I succeed, I'll immediately advance to the Grotto Heaven level 1, the 10th major realm. Of course, that's in terms of physical body strength. What? You're walking the path of physical evolution. And you even have the level 10 fluid." Duanmu Xiaocha jumped up immediately and spread her big hand in front of Yi Xian. "I wanted to try it, but I was worried that there wouldn't be any more level 10 fluid after reaching the 9th level. Since you have it, share it with me immediately." I'll say it again, everyone has a share. Chapter 3352. A Bountiful Harvest. Chapter 3353. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Clues to the cave emptiness. After calming himself down, Yi Xian stepped out of the simple and temporary cave residence. Outside, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had finished their stroll and were waiting outside the cave residence. Seeing Yi Xian walk out of the cave residence and sensing the powerful aura of the Grotto Heaven realm faintly emanating from his body, the 3 girls had different reactions, but they were all happy for him. "Congratulations, you've finally entered the Grotto Heaven realm. Wow, the Grotto Heaven realm is still there. Big brother idol, you have to protect me. From now on, if anyone dares to bully me, Duanmu Xiaocha, I'll tell them your name. You're really a bastard. I've just entered the 9th stage origin realm and was about to catch up to you. Who would have thought that I would be left behind in less than half a day? How infuriating." Yi Xian rolled his eyes at her. It was one thing for the purplish warbler to grumble happily, but what the hell was Duanmu Xiaocha talking about? She made it sound as if she had committed a sin since she was young and was bullied all the time. She was clearly the little princess of the Duanmu clan, one of the top 3 clans in the Heavenly Wind Empire's gene fluid industry. She was the designated successor, okay? With her temperament as a little witch, it was good enough that she didn't bully others. How could others bully her? Yi Xian was extremely suspicious that she would use his name to intimidate others and flaunt her prowess everywhere. After all, after this battle, young Master Ling Hu's name would definitely resound throughout the three dimensions of the universe. It was very likely that his fame would overshadow Prince Xian's. In the future, once Yi Xian took the initiative to reveal his identity, this girl would most likely pull on his tiger skin and flaunt it everywhere. Unfortunately, he couldn't warn her about this matter because that would be tantamount to reminding her in advance. With this girl's temperament, she might start to think about it later. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but bitterly smile again. Then, before he could say anything, Xian Yuanziying spoke up first. She frowned and asked, "Oh right, I didn't pay attention before and forgot to ask you. You said that your cultivation technique had been stagnant for a while, and you stopped at the first level of the black hole. You changed your path to physical evolution because... Are you cultivating the void cavern technique?" "Huh? How do you know the technique?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before subconsciously replying. Then, he instantly came to a realization and a happy expression appeared on his face as he excitedly asked, "I understand now. So the tortoise shell that I bought at the Heavenly River auction house was actually taken out by you. Is that so?" How could he not? There had never been any clues to the later stages of the Dongshu fragment. As for the existence of the tortoise shell that was auctioned off in the Heavenly River Star, as long as Yi Xian had the heart to personally make a trip to the Heavenly River Star, he would definitely be able to find out. But what if he found out? What if the other party was not on Sky River Planet, or had other intentions and did not tell him the truth? Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. Because of this, he had always lacked interest in this matter and did not hold much hope, so he was not in a hurry to go to Sky River Planet. Of course, there were too many things on hand and trouble came one after another. One of the reasons was that he really didn't have the time. But now, all these problems had been solved. The original owner of the ancient tortoise shell that contained the first 8 levels of the cave technique was in front of Yi Xian at this moment, and he was an acquaintance. There was no possibility that he would hide anything from Yi Xian. For him, this was definitely a great surprise. Because it was very likely that he would be able to find clues about the rest of the cave technique. It seems that I guessed right. The technique you practice is indeed the cave technique. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the purplish warbler understood everything. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly, "This is all my fault. When I first obtained the ancient tortoise shell, I actually struggled for a long time. In the end, I gritted my teeth and gave up completely. After all, this is an ancient technique that can be called a supreme treasure. No one can easily ignore it. But later, when you bought the tortoise shell, I didn't mean to not remind you. If it weren't for the accident that happened soon after leaving Sky River Planet, I would have asked you about this matter and given you some advice. Later, when you and I were separated, I didn't know where you and Lulua were. I didn't even know whether you were alive or dead. At that time, I was so anxious that I completely forgot about this matter. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You knew that it was incomplete and only contained the first few levels of the technique. You could only cultivate it to the 8th level of the black hole realm, but you still practiced it." At this point, the purplish warbler smiled bitterly again. "Because of this, you can only stop practicing this technique and change your path to the evolution of the human body. This is all my fault. Fortunately, your talent in alchemy is amazing. You were able to concoct the 10th and 11th level geno fluids on your own. Presumably, it will be difficult to concoct the 12th and 13th level geno fluids required for the evolution of the human body in the future. In the end, this matter did not lead to the end of your path of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life." After saying this, the purplish warbler had an apologetic look on his face. After all, this was the truth. If it were not for Yi Xian, this matter would have been extremely troublesome for him. In fact, if it were another Starry Sky Master, it was very likely that they would not even be able to obtain the 8th or 9th level geno fluids. They were too precious. In that case, it would be impossible to decide to walk the path of the evolution of the human body. This also meant that their cultivation would be completely stagnant, and there would be no hope for them to move forward. No, 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 why are you saying this? What's the relationship between the two of us? You can trick anyone, but you can't trick me. Because of his excitement, Yi Xian did not choose his words carefully. As soon as these words left his mouth, the purplish warbler's face immediately turned red. Duanmu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Qianru on the side also covered their mouths and snickered. However, he did not realize that something was wrong at all. He then continued to ask, his hand subconsciously holding the purplish warbler's soft shoulders, "Anyway, that's not important. Not to mention that you didn't persuade me, even if you did, I have to learn the void dimension technique. The most important question now is, that ancient tortoiseshell, where did you get it? You want to find the next part of this technique?" The purplish warbler was shocked, and the bashful look on her face quickly disappeared. She stared at Yi Xian with a serious expression and warned, "I advise you to stop here and not dwell on this matter. Because I also tried to find it before. Not only was there no result, but I also narrowly escaped death, and that was under the circumstances that there was no external pressure. But you are different. You and the various races of the Second Universe Federation are now like fire and water. The other exit of the giant universe wormhole that connects the first universe and the second universe is always guarded by the allied forces of the second universe. All the warships that enter and leave the wormhole must be inspected to prevent the experts of the Tianji clan or their slave races from sneaking in. As long as you go there, you will be discovered immediately." Chapter 3354. Chapter 3354, Chapter 335 Abyss Turtle Sea. What's more, the place where I got the ancient turtle shell is an extremely dangerous place in the second universe. How can you still have the energy to explore the Abyss Turtle Sea when the external pressure is so strong that it's terrifying? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. The Abyss Turtle Sea. The Abyss Turtle Sea in the second universe? The purplish warbler was right. Given the irreconcilable relationship between Yi Xian and the races of the Second Universe Federation, it would indeed be difficult for him to move an inch if he went to the second universe. On the one hand, the exit of the giant natural wormhole from the first universe to the second universe was guarded by a large number of the allied forces of the Second Universe Federation, and the inspection was very strict. On the other hand, even if Yi Xian could change his appearance again, or simply go with the identity of Prince Xian, he would still expose himself as young Master Linghu in the end if there were no accidents. This was because Yi Xian's combat weapon, armor, and warship had all been exposed as young Master Linghu after the last fusion. In a short time, it was obviously impossible for him to refine these three basic treasures of the Starry Sky powerhouses and change their appearance again. After all, they were quasi-Starry Sky's supreme treasures. Ordinary materials and treasures of the same type were not worthy of them at all. If he forcibly mixed them in and refined them, it was even possible that the grade would be affected and the refinement would fail. The further he went, the more likely the refinement would fail, which was equivalent to wasting all his previous efforts. Therefore, Yi Xian could not be reckless with every refinement in the future. He had to be very careful. In addition to these three basic treasures of the Starry Sky powerhouses, he had exposed many magical secret methods and spiritual skills as young Master Linghu. After arriving in the second universe, it was impossible not to reveal all of these. At least, small private warships were often used. Moreover, the Abyss Turtle Sea was extremely dangerous, even in the periphery. Yi Xian needed to summon the indestructible glass armor, and although the Void Sea was dangerous, it happened to be quite beneficial. Therefore, not only the powerhouses of the Federation of the Second Universe but also many of the powerhouses of the human race of the Third Universe flocked there. Under such circumstances, with so many eyes, the chances of Yi Xian being exposed were extremely high. Once his identity was exposed, it would definitely have a huge impact on Yi Xian. At the same time, there would be danger looming. All the races of the Federation in the second universe would probably go crazy and try to keep him here. The Nether Turtle Ocean is the habitat of the Nether Turtle clan in the second universe. Even though the Void Ocean is too vast, so the Nether Turtle clan doesn't prohibit outsiders from exploring it. It's even to the extent that the human experts from the first universe are no exception. However, it's really too dangerous for you to head there. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, Zhao Qianru took over the conversation. She looked at Yi Xian with a serious expression and said, although the Nether Turtle race is reclusive and doesn't like to interact with others, they are still one of the races in the second universe's federation. Furthermore, they are one of the top 10 races. If you enter the Nether Turtle Ocean, even if you won't be discovered by other powerhouses, you definitely won't be able to escape the surveillance of the Nether Turtle clan. There's at least a 90% chance of your identity being exposed. Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaoqiao tried to persuade him again. Therefore, it's better not to consider this matter anymore. It's too dangerous and not worth it. After all, after Big Sister Ziying obtained the ancient turtle shell, she also explored the nearby Void Ocean. She didn't find anything at all. Even if you go, you might not be able to obtain anything. Why bother? At the end of her sentence, Duanmu Xiaoqiao pursed her lips and looked pitifully at Yi Xian. She said, if anything were to happen to you over there, how would we three sisters be able to live? Bah, don't misunderstand, what I mean is that you are my idol. If something were to happen to you, I would definitely be sad. If there's really no way to live, it'll be the two of them at most. Especially Big Sister Ziying. In any case, it doesn't include me. Before Duanmu Xiaoqiao could finish speaking, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru had already reacted. Large amounts of red light appeared on their faces at the same time. Perhaps it was because they felt too embarrassed, but they actually chased after Duanmu Xiaoqiao and slapped her to cover it up. You damned girl. You've chosen too cleanly. So what if you're playing? You're extremely nimble when it comes to harming the two of us. I didn't notice that this little girl really knows how to scheme. For a time, the three of them were in a mess, and it instead left Yi Xian, who had a solemn expression and thought that he was talking about an important matter, alone at the side. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, Yi Xian asked Purplish Warbler about the exact location of the Nether Turtle Ocean where she'd obtained the ancient turtle shell by chance. On the surface, he expressed that he would seriously consider this question. At the very least, he hadn't decided to go to the Nether Turtle Ocean yet. But in reality, Yi Xian didn't need to consider this question at all. He was definitely going to the second universe. Even if he didn't mention going to the Nether Turtle Ocean to search for the follow-up to the Hollow Dimension technique, he still had to go. This was because ever since his system title had been upgraded, Yi Xian now had the ability to jump across dimensions. However, if he wanted to activate this ability and successfully perform a coordinate jump, the prerequisite was that the dimension he was going to had to be adjacent to each other. Moreover, he had to have already imprinted the coordinates of the target dimension in advance. At present, there were only 3 known dimensions, or rather, the ones that had been more or less completely explored. They were the first universe occupied by the Tianji clan, the second universe shared by the various races of the Federation, and the third universe occupied by the human race. These 3 dimensions were all connected to each other because they were all connected by giant natural wormholes. However, Yi Xian had already imprinted the coordinates of both the first and second universes. He had never even gone to the second universe before, so he hadn't completed the mission yet. Just for the sake of completing this mission, he had to go to the second universe no matter what. As for the so-called danger, Yi Xian didn't care at all. In his opinion, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Back when he was just a core realm cultivator, he dared to venture into the first universe ruled by the Tianji clan alone, let alone now that he was already a level 1 Grotto Heaven realm cultivator, who was already a level 1 Starry Sky realm cultivator. People couldn't go back in time the longer they lived. Just this reason alone was enough to make Yi Xian firm on his decision to go. Then, Yi Xian asked how long he had been in seclusion this time. When he learned that 2 days had already passed, he immediately couldn't sit still anymore. He waved his hand at the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru and said, I almost messed up the proper business. Previously, I made an agreement with those old bastards of the various races of the Federation in the second universe. If they don't ransom the people in 3 days, I'll stew them all in one pot. This matter can't be delayed. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold the fort later. As a person, I can't go back on my words. Chapter 33:55. Green Rope transforms into a dragon. The 3 purplish warbler girls behind him were stunned for a moment, and then rolled their eyes. It was really intoxicating for him to use the phrase, can't go back on one's word. At the same time, in the void outside the cauldron, 2 figures were flying toward the cauldron from 2 different directions. They were Xiaoyao Zi and Insha Fairy, 2 of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan who had recently appeared in the world. Right now, 2 days had passed since Yi Xian gave them the 3-day deadline. The allied forces of the second universe that had gone to the capital of Tianqin country, Tianqin Star, had already returned yesterday. They had spent a lot of money to send all kinds of treasures and rare minerals through the micro-wormhole. They had put them into small space boxes and sent them into the Shenong cauldron. It was the same for the top families and forces of the third universe. Many small space boxes, which contained the so-called ransom they thought should be enough, were thrown into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. Of course, every small space box had a label, indicating the origin of the thrower. What followed was a long and boring day of waiting. Young Masterling who did not show up for the entire day. Instead, the human prisoners of war were busy under the leadership of the so-called 8 great guardian deities. There were more than 200 small space boxes piled up into a small hill. They would open every small space box to check if the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals inside matched the quantities on the lists. They did their best, but the elders of the various races of the Federation in the second universe gnashed their teeth in anger. The people in charge of the top families of the human race were even more embarrassed. They could only use one reason to comfort themselves. They were forced to do this, and they had no other choice. It was also at this moment that a silver ray of light shot over from the distant void. This person was Fairy Insha, and she came from planet Long Xia in the Heavenly Wind Empire. She was one of the 4 peerless prodigies of the human race. She was young, but she was already a 9th stage mystic light realm cultivator. She created the Jade Dragon Island and called herself the Island Master. She also had the ancient treasure, the soul-binding chain. Although this treasure was in the shape of a rope, its power was extraordinary, and it had a strong origin. It was said that when heaven and earth first separated in ancient times, there was a spirit stone in the world. It had already existed during the chaos. After heaven and earth separated, this spirit stone absorbed the essence of the sun and moon during the ancient times, exploiting the chaos energy. Finally, it matured and became a spirit beast, roaming between heaven and earth. After it died, it was buried in the spiritual mountain and spiritual stone. 1,000 years later, the spiritual stone and stone, spiritual stone. It was said that when the spiritual stone studio, it was spiritual stone, Tao, spiritual stone, and spiritual stone, spiritual studio, spiritual and Z, spiritual studio, is spiritual studio editor studio. The reason why Insha Fairy became famous and was respected as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human clan was not unrelated to her own terrifying talent, but to a certain extent, it was because of this. Back then, he had displayed the soul shackle in front of everyone. When this shackle was casually tossed out by her, it instantly shone brightly with silver light and transformed into a 1,000-meter-long silver dragon phantom. The desolate aura it emitted covered the heavens and the earth, and it actually cut a 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship into two in the blink of an eye. It was like pulling tofu with steel wires, and it was truly shocking. The sudden arrival of Fairy Yin Xia was obviously for young Master Ling Hu. This caused a commotion. After the initial shock, the experts of the human clan who were trapped in the void around the formation began to whisper to each other and discuss among themselves. Could it be that Fairy Yin Xia refused to accept the reputation of Ling Hu young master as one of the two peerless geniuses of the clan? Was that why she had come in person and wanted to take him down a notch? Unfortunately, she did not have the chance to do so. Young Master Ling Hu was holed up in the giant star cauldron and would not come out at all. He had already altered the cauldron's internal domain. Although it was no longer the same as before, where only starry sky experts below the origin realm could enter, it was only an increase of one major realm. The highest level of cultivation that could enter was now limited to the 9th major realm, the origin realm. At the 9th major realm, the grand perfection of the 9th rank. Fairy Yin Xia, on the other hand, was at the peak of the 9th realm of the mystic light realm. She was definitely powerful, but she had exceeded the limits of the internal field of the giant star cauldron by an entire realm. There was no way she could enter. It's a pity that young Master Ling Hu is holed up in the giant star cauldron. Otherwise, this battle would definitely be very exciting. That's right. A peerless genius fighting a peerless genius. This is a grand occasion for the younger generation of the human clan. It could have happened, but now it's completely impossible. What a pity. It's obvious that young Master Ling Hu is not confident enough. Maybe he's holed up in the giant star cauldron not just to avoid the grand cultivators of universe. He's too famous, so naturally, he's under a lot of pressure. Young Master Ling Hu probably predicted this situation and avoided it in advance. Some people thought that young Master Ling Hu had escaped a calamity today. Otherwise, even though he was known as one of the two peerless prodigies of the human race, he still hadn't truly matured yet. Even though he had astonishingly broken through two minor stages in a row during the previous battle, his cultivation base was still only at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the origin stage. Even though he had the ability to fight across realms, he wasn't the invincible war god who was still causing trouble in the self-cultivator camp. This wasn't his strength. If he were to fight Fairy Yin Xia, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, he would probably be defeated. While the discussion was going on, the fairy-like Yin Xia fairy in a white dress finally came close. Her face was cold, without any expression, but her eyes were glittering. She completely ignored the large number of starry sky experts, battleships, fortresses, and even small fortresses in the void around the space trap formation. In her eyes, there seemed to be only the tunnel that the space trap array had opened for her. After entering the array, she would be able to reach the space above the giant star cauldron. Sure enough, after arriving, Fairy Yin Xia didn't stop for a moment. She immediately jumped into the tunnel and headed straight for the giant star cauldron in the center of the space trap array. Seeing this scene, the numerous powerhouses in the starry sky outside the grand array cried out in surprise again. What does she want to do? Does she want to enter the giant star cauldron? How is that possible? Since she knows that the incident happened in this star field, Fairy Yin Xia must have gotten some information from the star web before she came here. So, how could she not know the entry limit of the giant star cauldron? Could it be that she has another way to force her way in? If that's the case, then the Heavenly Battle Empire's ancestor Zhan too came here for nothing. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay here and wait for Fairy Yin Xia to come to him? He can just use this method to enter together. Whoosh! Before the discussions around the space trap array stopped, Fairy Yin Xia, who had already entered the array, had already made her move. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, she waved her right hand, and a green light shot out. Chapter 3356. Fairy descends. As Fairy Insha waved her hand, a green waterfall shot out from her hand. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a green dragon that was thousands of feet long. Before the many starry sky masters outside the void trap formation could recover from their shock, the giant azure dragon opened its ferocious maw and swallowed Fairy Insha in one gulp. Then, it turned around and plunged headfirst into the nine-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron, disappearing. If an existence whose cultivation base had exceeded the ninth stage of the origin stage attempted to enter the giant star cauldron, they would be attacked as soon as they came into contact with the mysterious nine-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron. The nine-colored mist above the mouth of the cauldron would turn into a mysterious nine-colored flame in an instant. Using the aura of the divine sense as a guide, it would lock onto the body and burn continuously until the body and soul were destroyed and turned into ashes. After all, the farmer god cauldron was a primordial treasure. When it was combined with the farmer god cauldron, its level was raised to the level of a primordial treasure. The nine-colored flame, which represented its strongest power, was obviously no small matter. Previously, an expert of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had tried it. An elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, who was at the late stage of the Void Realm, almost died under this mysterious and terrifying nine-colored flame. Even the mighty figure of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan, Shantu Ancestor, was extremely afraid after trying it. He concluded that even if he forced his way in, the result would be either death or injury. Moreover, it would be a serious injury that was close to death. If not, Shantu Ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan would have forced his way in long ago. He would not have spent so much effort to visit a friend and ask for help. This kind of thing required one to owe a favor, and the favor of a mighty figure of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan was obviously not so easy to owe. It was very likely that it would be of great importance in the future. However, at this moment, the green dragon plunged headfirst into the giant star cauldron, but it did not cause any changes at all. The mysterious nine-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron only surged for a while before it became still. It did not seem to reject the green dragon. As for Fairy Insha, after she was swallowed by the green dragon, her aura was concealed by the body of the green dragon. Even the internal field of the farmer god cauldron could not sense her. It could be seen that the treasure that summoned the green dragon must be extraordinary, at least a primordial treasure, not inferior to the farmer god cauldron. Look, she actually went in, safe and sound. The nine mist above the cauldron's mouth of the cauldron did not stop her. This is really too shocking. What is the origin of that green dragon? This dragon seems to be formed from a thin rope. When Fairy Insha threw it out earlier, it was clearly a green rope. Its soul-entangling chain, soul-binding it must be that treasure. I didn't expect it to be able to transform into a green dragon. It's obvious that Fairy Insha did not use its full power last time. She held back. It seems that the four peerless prodigies of the human race must have held back, including the carefree child, the fallen demon child, and the demon dust woman. Their true strength must be even stronger. Young Master Linghu is in trouble this time. No matter how strong the internal field of the giant star cauldron is, there are still flaws. Fairy Insha is at the peak of the mystic light realm, the 11th realm. She is 2 realms stronger than young Master Linghu. No matter how monstrous he is, he won't be able to defeat her this time. He is destined to be suppressed. As these cries of surprise rang out, the face of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's clan elder, Shan Yi, who was guarding outside the Great Void Trap Formation, who was at the peak of the 9th level Void Realm, had completely darkened. He never thought that someone would be able to ignore the restrictions of the giant star cauldron's field and charge in with a cultivation that far surpassed the 9th realm of the origin. Even the most powerful beings in heaven and earth wouldn't be able to do this unless they had a specific secret technique. However, a peak of the mystic light realm, the 11th realm, managed to do it. To Zhang Yi, this was a huge change. He wasn't worried that Yi Xian would be killed by Fairy Insha, who had accidentally entered the space inside the cauldron. Instead, he was worried that Fairy Yinsha would be the first to take away all the fortunes related to Yi Xian. She was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Mystic Light Realm, which was more than 2 whole realms higher than young Master Ling Hu. She definitely had the power to crush him, and it was even possible to capture him alive. Since the soul-entangling chain, which had transformed into a 1,000-feet-long azure dragon, could easily ignore the rules of the field and force its way into the space inside the giant star cauldron, it meant that its level was definitely not lower than the giant cauldron. It was at least a primordial treasure. If Fairy Yinsha had such a treasure with her, she could easily escape after capturing young Master Ling Hu. She would leave the way she came. With the mysterious power of the soul-entangling chain, there was no supreme figure of the 15th Great Realm present. Who else could stop her? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhang Yi's face became more and more gloomy. After thinking for a while, he immediately issued an order and shouted in a deep voice, "Immediately close the portal of the void trap array. This woman has an ancient treasure in her hand. Even so, I don't know if we can stop her. Everyone, be alert. Once the situation changes, immediately take action." In other words, he was clearly reminding the experts of the various forces in the void that young Master Ling Hu, who was in the giant star cauldron, was very likely to come out soon and be captured by Fairy Yin Xia and forced to flee far away. The powerful beings of the human clan in the surrounding space were instantly refreshed. After waiting for so long, the critical moment was finally here. They originally thought that this moment would come when the powerful beings of the war race returned, but they didn't expect that it would be brought forward by the sudden arrival of Fairy Yinsha. At the same time, in the space occupied by the allied forces of the second universe, there was also a burst of arrogant laughter, revealing a sense of venting. "Ha ha ha, is that brat finally going to die? This is so satisfying. This time, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make him stay. Ha ha ha. Old wolf, count me in." "Me too. I don't care about any benefits on this brat now. As long as he appears, I will definitely attack with all my strength. If I can keep him alive, that's fine. If I can't, I will kill him directly. Fellow cultivators of the human clan, please don't stop me at that time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being hostile." With the strange laughter of these old monsters of the allied forces of the second universe, the high-level beings of the human clan present suddenly frowned. However, before they could say anything, some of the powerful beings of the starry sky who had been paying attention to the silver light curtain in the void trap formation had already exclaimed, "Look, young Master Ling Hu has finally appeared after disappearing for 2 days." Chapter 3357. 8 Heavenly Kings Inside the Shenong Cauldron. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru walked out of the furnace volcano and were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. In their line of sight, the 8 great guardian deities, Wu Chenzi, Gongwu Axayan, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war were excitedly gathered together and discussing animatedly. They were inexplicably excited as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. The other prisoners of war were basically all gathered around and looking inside. In the center of the encirclement where the 8 great guardian deities and others were gathered, a pile of small space boxes could be seen. Damn! It seems that you guys are really King Precious. It hasn't even been 3 days and the small space boxes are already piled up like this. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. As he spoke, he turned to look at Medusa and the other young masters of the second universe and grinned. "Don't worry, since the ransom is already in place, as long as the quality and quantity are comparable to your value and can satisfy this young master, everything that was promised before will be kept. This young master won't kill you, nor will I eat you. When I find an opportunity later, I will definitely let you guys go." Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Medusa and others roared. The 8 of them roared at the same time, and they were furious. What? You want to find an opportunity to let us go? Ling Huchong, don't be so shameless. You've already received the ransom, but you're not willing to let us go. This is clearly shameless. Are all humans so shameless? This is too much. Let us go immediately. We want to leave now, that's right, we can't waste a moment. We must let them go immediately. Before these people could finish roaring, Yi Xian rushed over and raised his hand to slap the one who was the most arrogant. Slap. 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 Ji Er raised his hand and pointed, almost hitting the tip of this guy's nose. Humans are shameless. Try saying that again if you have the guts. Do you believe that I will kill you right now? This guy was scared out of his wits on the spot. His face was pale, and his lips moved a few times, but he didn't dare to squeeze out a single word from between his teeth. Stay here obediently. This young master said that he will let you go, and I will definitely not go back on my words. Seeing that the other 7 people was stunned, Yi Xian's anger dissipated a little. Yi Xian's anger was reduced, and he continued, as for when I will let you go, that is up to this young master. That is, I will decide. Do you think that this young master want to keep you here in an ice? When the time comes, no matter how much you cry and beg to stay, this young master won't agree. That includes you too. You see. You. On of course, before I will definitely master, and, and of course. As of me, on, and master, of you. Of, was. And of the of course. Ons, and, you. On of them, of course. Of mind, of ye, masters, of Chin Zi, of. Of course not, young master. Yi Xian was in a fit of anger, and his words were not polite at all. Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners' faces darkened. However, the 8 great guardian deities did not feel this way at all. They all smiled and greeted Yi Xian flatteringly. One of them had already handed over a long list. He grinned and said, Young master, don't worry. We will keep a close eye on these guys. If anyone dares to disobey us, we will immediately. Here is the list. We have checked all the space boxes sent by the top families and sects, including the space boxes sent by those old bastards from the Federation of the Second Universe. The quantity and quality of the heaven and earth treasures are all correct. You will understand after you take a look. After that, the list was handed over to Yi Xian with great respect. On the side, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners glared fiercely at the 8 great guardian deities. They gritted their teeth and looked like they couldn't wait to eat the 8 of them alive. Yi Xian couldn't help but take another look at these fellows. There was a playful look in his eyes. One had to know that there was still a silver light screen in the sky above their heads. These fellows' behavior, words, and actions were all transmitted through this silver light screen to the outside of the space inside the cauldron. In all likelihood, all of this fell into the eyes of the group of old men waiting in the void outside the cauldron. There was no way the 8 of them didn't know about this, but they still dared to act like this. Just based on this point alone, Yi Xian couldn't help but think highly of them. Did the families behind the 8 of you send any ransom money? After glancing at the list in his hand, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored all the space boxes into his undying world. His expression didn't change as he casually asked. The 8 great guardian deities were stunned for a moment before one of them weakly replied, no, including the 3 beauties Xianyuan and Duanmu. Their families didn't send any ransom money either. The 3 of them didn't attack this young master, so they aren't prisoners of war. They are this young master's friends. What ransom money is there? Yi Xian curled his lips and glanced at the 8 great guardian deities. He continued, "As for the 8 of you, although your recent performance has been good, you still attacked this young master before. This young master can choose not to take your cultivation resources, but since the ransom hasn't arrived, this young master doesn't want to take them. The few of you can use your bodies as payment. For the next 100 years, you will do menial tasks for this young master. Once the time is up, this young master will let you go as you please. Do you have any objections? If you have any, say it early. This young master will kill you on the spot and save us the trouble." The 8 great guardian deities shrunk their necks in fear and repeatedly said that they wouldn't dare. However, their faces were filled with joy. The 8 of them could clearly see that Yi Xian had purposely said those words to fulfill their wishes. Not only would they follow Yi Xian, but they also wouldn't have to worry about the families behind them being questioned and held accountable by the other human forces. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. The 8 of them were originally in the same small team as Dongfang Lin and had come to hunt young Master Ling Hu. However, ever since they were subdued by Yi Xian and were given the title of 8 great guardian deities, they had been ordered to take care of Gong Wuxin and the other prisoners of war. It was unknown when they had thought it through, but they actually sincerely wanted to follow Yi Xian. It just so happened that Yi Xian had also noticed this. He admired the 8 of them for their adaptability and had the idea of taking them under his command. As a result, the 8 great guardian deities under Prince Xian came to be. They reigned over the 3 great planes of the universe and were revered by tens of thousands of people. Today, the 4 prodigies of cultivation, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, who were standing aside and looking at the 8 of them with disdain on their faces, wouldn't even have the qualifications to raise their heads in front of the 8 great guardian deities in the future. They could only prostrate themselves on the ground and respectfully kowtow to them. 100 years. I'm very curious. Where did you get the confidence to live for so long? Is it because this island master hasn't arrived yet? Chapter 33:58. I just happened to be lacking a female servant. As this sarcastic voice sounded, the azure dragon that was soaring in the sky suddenly opened its mouth. A silhouette wrapped in silver rushed out of the azure dragon's mouth and stood on top of the azure dragon's head in a flash. At this moment, the 3,000-meter-long azure dragon had already stopped in its tracks and was floating in the air in the distance. A pair of green eyes stared at Yi Xian with merciless disdain. This scene appeared too suddenly. Everyone, including Yi Xian, was stunned. Then, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others exclaimed one after another. Fairy Yinxia. She's indeed extraordinary. She's able to break through the barrier of the Shenong giant cauldron despite being at the peak of the mystic light realm. She's going against the heavens. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Is something big going to happen? As these exclamations sounded, Gong Wuxin and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. As the prodigies of the various sects, clans, and forces of the human race, they didn't even respect the invincible battle god and young Master Ling Hu, who were causing a ruckus in the cultivation camp, who were known as the 3 masters of medicine, tool, and formation. As for the carefree Z, Fairy Yinxia, the fallen demon sun, and the demon dust woman, these 4 so-called prodigies of the human race, they were even more dissatisfied. However, after witnessing Fairy Yinxia's power with their own eyes, Gong Wuxin and the others finally realized the difference between them and Fairy Yinxia. They hadn't seen the invincible battle god before, so they didn't know how he looked like. However, they had fought young Master Ling Hu before. It could be said that if young Master Ling Hu didn't have the glazed armor and other treasures, they might have been able to defeat him. From this perspective, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't feel that there was much of a difference between them and the 2 so-called prodigies of the human race. However, Fairy Yinxia in front of them was a huge blow to them. She was from the same generation as them, but she was already at the peak of the mystic light realm. This was enough to make Gong Wuxin and the others feel dejected, not to mention that she had the desolate era's soul-binding chain. At this moment, she was standing on top of the azure dragon's head in silver. Her peerless beauty was indeed dazzling. She was worthy of being called a prodigy of the human race. Even Medusa and the other 8 young masters from various races of the Second Universe Federation, who were being held captive on the slope, couldn't help but be a little absent-minded when they looked at Fairy Yin Xia's peerless beauty. As people who had the bloodline of ancient divine birds and divine beasts, they had always been extremely arrogant and did not take the human race's geniuses seriously. Even though they had been defeated by young Master Linghu today, they were still unconvinced. In their opinion, young Master Linghu was wearing a quasi-starry sky-rank glazed battle armor, so he had an unfair advantage. However, at this moment, Fairy Yin Xia's peerless beauty made them lose their temper. They finally realized how big the human race was. At least, they weren't their match. Everyone was dazed by Fairy Yin Xia, who was as graceful as an immortal. They couldn't keep their cool. Only Yi Xian was stunned for a moment at first, but he quickly calmed down and didn't have any surprised reactions. He raised his hand and pointed at Fairy Yin Xia as he said, "This island master. Are you from Jade Dragon Island?" Fairy Yin Xia. Without waiting for the other party to reply, Yi Xian's figure leaped into the air and punched towards Fairy Yin Xia. It's better to come early than to come at the right time. This young master just so happens to lack a pleasing female servant, so it's yours. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, glazed Fairy Yin Xia's giant fist arrived. It made a sonic boom in the void. It was many times stronger than before. This Shenong's cauldron is my territory. You came here uninvited and ignored the rules I set because you have a primordial treasure. Since that's the case, I'll take away your soul entangling rope. You'll remember this and don't be too arrogant. Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground were shocked when they heard the explosion. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other young masters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were shocked. They all cried out in surprise. What? The power of this punch. It's the aura of level 1 Grotto Heaven. Did young Master Linghu break through again? He said he was going into seclusion. I didn't expect him to succeed. But how is this possible? He just broke through once in a battle, and it was 2 consecutive breakthroughs. After the battle, he went into seclusion again. In just 2 days, he broke through a big realm and entered level 1 Grotto Heaven. Is he still human? I've never heard of cultivation like this. He broke through 2 small realms and still has energy. What kind of medicine did he eat? I get it. Young Master Linghu must have eaten the most roasted chicken wings and beef tendons. Even the girl from the Xinyuan family broke through 1 small realm. What's the big deal about him breaking through 3 realms? As these cries of surprise rang out, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other human geniuses reflexively looked towards Medusa's group of 8. Previously, they had each been given a small piece of roasted beef, so they knew its effects. The key was that Yi Xian had used the Shenong cauldron's orange-red fire to roast it to an extraordinary effect. These guys were obviously tempted again. Their eyes were glowing with a green light. Anyone who saw them could tell what they were thinking. Medusa and the others of the colored python clan shuddered. The 8 of them felt uncomfortable. They felt that the human race was too ferocious. They were not as gentle and easy to get along with as they seemed on the surface. This scene was seen by all the masters of the starry sky outside the space trap formation through the silver light curtain in the sky. The Second Universe's allied forces immediately roared angrily again. The leaders of the human race's major sects and top families all looked embarrassed. Their juniors were staring at the young masters of their allies from the Second Universe with green eyes. They looked like they were about to drool. It was really embarrassing. These stinky brats were all led astray by young Master Linghu. That guy was poisonous. Would it be contagious? Now, many people were starting to worry in their hearts. What if their young master returned and became a glutton like young Master Linghu? This matter would really be ket up and vexed. You want my soul-binding treasure chain? Linghu Chong, you are really greedy. Unfortunately, you can't take it even if I give it to you. The chain has been refined. Unless I die, no one can take it away. At the same time, in the sky inside the cauldron, Fairy Yinxia sneered at Yi Xian's words. Her figure flashed and she dodged Yi Xian's powerful punch that produced a sonic boom in the air. He then nodded and continued, interesting. To think that you've reached level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Unfortunately, you're still too far away. You're nothing in front of this island master. Suppressing you makes this island master's cheeks burn. It feels like I'm bullying an ant, swish. Chapter 3359. Intermediate Mutation System Whoosh. The sound of the air being torn rang out as the soul-entangling rope revealed its true form. The rope was 300 meters long and was only a finger thick. It was like a slender green spirit serpent as it rapidly coiled towards Yi Xian. It was said that this chain was created after the death of a spiritual beast, so if one could fully unleash the power of this chain, even a god wouldn't be able to escape. Flying in the sky and escaping in the earth would be bound by the chain. At this moment, when it was used, it immediately caused Yi Xian's heart to jump as he felt a strong sense of danger. As expected of a primordial treasure, its power was indeed extraordinary. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little tempted. However, as Fairy Yinxia had said, this treasure had already been refined by her. If he wanted to seize it, he would have to kill Fairy Yinxia. That was something Yi Xian didn't want. It was rare for the human race to have several people who could be called peerless geniuses. They were all young people with great room for development in the future. Perhaps they could lead the entire human race to glory. If he caused them to die early for his own selfish desires, this was something that Yi Xian couldn't do. The rope has a spirit. Since it has already recognized you as its master, this young master naturally can't seize your beauty. However, I don't want the rope, but there's no need to be polite with the person. Yi Xian sneered, and his tone was incomparably domineering. It's the same if I take you as my servant. At that time, you'll be mine, let alone this rope. That's right, let's do that, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-entangling rope that shot over like a slender spirit serpent had already descended and directly tied up the mecha giant that was like a small mountain. It was unknown how many rounds it had wrapped around the mecha giant countless times. The surface of the mecha giant was densely wrapped all over. Sigh, in the end, young Master Linghu was still no match. He was suppressed in just one exchange. The difference in cultivation is too great. Young Master Linghu's Shenong treasured cauldron has already been used. Now that he's inside the cauldron, he won't be able to use it as he pleases. His invincible legend has been shattered. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war let out sighs. The 8 great guardian deities were even more absent-minded. Yi Xian had been suppressed as soon as they met face to face. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. After all, this was an existence that had once completely suppressed all of them, yet he was unable to withstand a single blow. It was somewhat disappointing. Everyone felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Outside the cauldron, in the void around the space trap formation, there were also a lot of exclamations. The Starry Sky Masters were also very disappointed. Was a peerless genius going to die? It was rare for the human race to have 2 peerless geniuses, but now, only the invincible war god was left. Young Master Linghu had already been suppressed. As the exclamation sounded, everyone was even more prepared to make a move, especially on the side of the allied forces of the various races of the second universe that occupied a corner of the void trap formation. Some of the more powerful elders of the various races were about to take out their own magical treasures. Fairy Yinxia had the soul-entangling treasure chain, which could even ignore the rules of the star cauldron. They had no choice but to use all of their strength to deal with it. Otherwise, they would most likely be able to escape. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-entangling treasure chain, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He wasn't shocked by the power of the soul-entangling treasure chain, but because the familiar notification sound of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his head. The content was too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A system carrier has been discovered. Host, Fairy Inxia, Peak Mystic Light Realm Level 9. System Evolution Level, Intermediate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system competition mission has been activated. Mission requirement, subdue Fairy Inxia. Mission success reward, 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. Punishment for mission failure, 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. A system carrier. A system carrier like himself. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Ever since he had obtained the devouring system, this was the first time he had encountered a system carrier like himself. Before this, Yi Xian already knew that the devouring system was the invention of the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. After Xing Bo's death, the second intelligent robot he created, which was the current imperial advisor of the Eternal Dynasty, Di'er, had spread the system seeds out to select geniuses from the human race. Even until now, Yi Xian still didn't know what Xing Bo's or Di'er's ultimate goal was after the devouring system had evolved to its final stage. However, one thing was for sure, and that was that the number of system seeds that Di'er had spread out back then was definitely huge. However, no matter how many system seeds there were, they were scattered throughout the entire third universe that was occupied by the human race and even the other universes. The chances of those who obtained the system seeds and became the system carriers meeting each other was still very low. After all, the territory was too vast. And now, Yi Xian had encountered one and had even triggered a system competition mission. He had to fight with the other party, and the other party would be subdued. Moreover, the loser would also be allowed to choose a treasure from the system exchange store. This was no joke, because the system exchange store was not a place where one could take things for free. Once the other party chose a treasure, the loser would definitely have to foot the bill. If the other party chose a treasure of great value, he would instantly be in debt and would have to work for the system in the future to find devouring source crystals to repay his debts. At the same time, this was also an opportunity, because as long as he succeeded in subduing the other party, he would be able to obtain a system exchange treasure that he had taken a fancy to but did not have the ability to exchange for. After thinking this through, Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't miss this opportunity. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. This was an item from the system exchange store, so it was very difficult to find it outside. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Fairy Inxia's face was full of shock and she fell into a daze. In her mind, the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Linghu Chong, Grotto Heaven Rank 1. System Evolution Level, Intermediate Mutation. The authenticity of the basic information cannot be confirmed. The other party's identity is suspected to be fake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system competition mission. Mission requirement, subdue Linghu Chong. Mission reward, 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. Punishment for mission failure, 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. You're also, as the system notification sounded in her mind, Fairy Inxia was completely shocked. Like Yi Xian, this was the first time she had encountered a system carrier of the same kind as her. Moreover, although Yi Xian's devouring system was the same as hers and had only evolved to the intermediate level, Yi Xian's devouring system was an intermediate mutation. Since it was a mutation, it meant that it had unlimited possibilities, which made Fairy Inxia feel threatened. For example, although the system notification clearly indicated that this young master Ling Hu Chang's identity might be fake, it was unable to find out his true identity. Even basic information was blocked, which showed how strange the other party system's mutation was. Chapter 3360. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Suppression. I have to say, you've really made me look at you in a new light. Although you're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, you're a mid-level mutation. Even the island master can't see through you. That alone is enough to be proud of. Killing intent flashed in Fairy Inxia's eyes as she stared fixedly at Yi Xian. She sneered and continued, unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, all treachery is just an illusion. It's meaningless. I don't care what your true identity is, nor do I care what you've experienced to make it enter the path of mutation and evolution. In short, today, you're destined to fall here. Or, surrender to me. You don't have much time. I will give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, everything will be settled. Even if you hide in this quasi-starry sky-grade combat armor, you won't be able to escape the fate of being dismembered. Don't ever doubt the sharpness of the soul-entangling rope, it is indestructible. As she spoke until here, the light in Fairy Inxia's eyes shone once again. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a smug expression, as if she was certain that this battle had already been decided by her in advance. Everything had already been decided the moment she seized the initiative and tied up Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, with the soul-twining chain. The so-called system competition war had ended before it even started. Puff! I say, girl, do you think this is fun? However, what surprised Fairy Inxia was that just as she finished speaking, not only did Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-binding chain in the air like a gigantic human-shaped dumpling, not only didn't panic, he even seemed to be unable to hold back his laughter. He even rolled his eyes. We are the same kind of people. Who doesn't know who is who? Since you are acting like this, why don't you change your name? Don't call yourself Island Master of Jade Dragon Island. In my opinion, Big Tail Wolf suits you very well. It is perfect. As he spoke, Yi Xian didn't wait for Fairy Inxia to react. Before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly trembled as he abruptly shouted, "Isn't it just a lousy rope? At most, it is a desolate-era treasure weapon. Who are you trying to scare?" Following these words, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly blazed. Two indistinct cyan lights flashed as they shot out at an extremely fast speed and landed on the soul-binding chain that bound his body. These two green lights were precisely the power of the demon soul pupil that was like a divine eye in the depths of Yi Xian's brows. Once this pupil was activated, there was a certain chance of triggering the mysterious effect of peering into one's origin. Previously, in the desolate era prison in the demon domain of the first universe, Yi Xian had triggered the demon soul pupils peering into one's origin. That was how he could clearly see the primal chaos spiritual chi contained in the endless corpse pool. Then, he immersed himself in it and performed the first divine dragon body tempering technique, successfully awakening the golden divine dragon bloodline that originated from the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. And now, as Yi Xian activated the demon soul pupil again, the peering into one's origin effect was triggered again. In an instant, the soul-entangling chain that tied Yi Xian up like a big dumpling suddenly became different in Yi Xian's eyes. With the help of the demon soul pupils peering into one's origin, Yi Xian clearly saw the key node of the chain's power field. Like the 7 inches of a snake, it was the weak point of the chain. Soul-entangling chain. In this young master's opinion, it's just a so-so. Don't look at how you tied it up just now. If this young master wanted to break the binding effect of this chain, it would be a piece of cake, ha ha ha. As he raised his head and laughed, Yi Xian immediately activated the mental source core in his brain. A wisp of invisible mental power shot out from between his eyebrows and accurately landed on a section of the soul-entangling chain on the right side of his chest. Hiss! In the next moment, a faint sound like silk tearing was heard. The cyan soul-entangling chain that had wrapped around Yi Xian's mecha like a big dumpling loosened on its own. Before Insha Fairy, who was holding the end of the chain, could react, Yi Xian's body suddenly struggled and rushed into the sky. Now it's this young master's turn. Girl, I hope you can withstand this punch. Boom! Yi Xian's figure soared into the sky. While he was still on the way, Yi Xian shouted out explosively once again. His momentum suddenly came to a halt, and he swung his right fist. His entire body explosively fell down like a dark purple meteor, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fairy Yinxia. His enormous purple fist, which was even thicker than his body, brazenly smashed down. The latter's expression instantly changed, and shock was written all over her face. Obviously, she never thought that Yi Xian would be able to break free from the binding of the soul-entangling chain so easily. It was as if he had already understood the profundity of the chain's power and directly dispelled it. Fleeting beauty, wave after image. Boundless illusion, movie slaughter. While her mind was in shock, Insha Fairy's figure did not retreat but moved forward instead. Her right wrist suddenly shook, and the 1,000 feet long cyan treasure chain changed again. With a dazzling cyan brilliance, it circled and intertwined in front of her body, forming a huge net shield. At the same time, from the gaps of this huge net shield, countless cyan sharp needles shot out. They were extremely sharp, and they fiercely pierced towards Yi Xian, who was already close to her and was about to punch her. In the end, I still underestimated you. You can force this island master to have no choice but to face this battle with all my strength. Ling Huchong, you should be proud of yourself. Seeing that Yi Xian's entire body was once again enveloped by the green net shield that covered the sky and the earth, the right fist that he raised his arm to punch out had no choice but to withdraw under the countless arrows of the treasure chains. Fairy Yinxia calmed down slightly, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile that could make people laugh. Her tone was still confident and proud as she said, "Unfortunately, no matter how heaven-defying your methods are, you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed today. Do you really think that this island master's soul-binding treasure chain only has these changes? You are not qualified to experience its true power. Just these few conventional derivative attacks are enough to suppress you." Yi Xian curled his lips and was calm and fearless. He rudely replied, "Don't be too confident. Be careful not to cut your tongue. You will be struck by lightning if you are pretentious." Crack! Cha-cha-cha-cha! Before he finished his words, a few abrupt and clear sounds of explosions suddenly came from the void above the two people who were fighting. At this moment, Yi Xian quietly activated the spiritual thunder technique. 5 or 6 invisible spiritual thunderbolts struck down from the sky, locking on Insha Fairy and accurately falling on her head. A whoa! In the next moment, a familiar howl of a wolf entered her ears. Fairy Insha was caught off guard and was struck by the 5 or 6 bolts of spiritual lightning. Her whole face turned black in an instant, and her fine black hair turned into electric curls and stood on their ends. Chapter 3361. Chapter 3361, Chapter 336 specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Caught off guard, Fairy Yinxia was suddenly blasted by Yi Xian's spiritual lightning technique. The formless spiritual lightning technique covered her head and accurately struck her head. Currently, Yi Xian had already stepped into the 10th level of the heavenly passage. He was far more powerful than before, and the power of his spiritual lightning technique had greatly increased. Even though Fairy Yinxia's cultivation was much higher than his, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, she was only one step away from reaching the 12th level and becoming a void realm old monster. Even so, she was still struck miserably by Yi Xian's spiritual lightning bolts that were condensed from level 7 spiritual energy. Her entire person went crazy. This scene shocked Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who were watching the battle on the ground. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other 8 young clan leaders from various clans of the Second Universe Federation were stunned. Fairy Yinxia's strength was obvious to all. Previously, when she descended from the sky on that 1,000-zhang long green dragon, her aura was like a rainbow, as if she was a real immortal. Her radiance was too dazzling, making people not dare to look straight at her. But at this moment, not only did Yi Xian, who was clearly bound, easily escape, he even counterattacked in an instant. Before the spectators could recover from their shock, he had already launched a counterattack. A few invisible bolts of lightning shot out, and in the blink of an eye, Fairy Yinxia was turned into a madwoman who was on the verge of going crazy. Everything happened too quickly, and the degree of the reversal was too shocking. For a moment, no one could accept it. Dan Fan, who saw it with his own eyes, was stunned. Spiritual reversal. Before Fairy Yinxia could finish screaming, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he activated the spiritual ability he had just mastered not long ago. As the spirit source core hovering above his sea of consciousness began to revolve crazily, a vast and boundless spirit power instantly burst out. It was invisible and formless, but it instantly spread out on the net formed by the spirit entangling chain in front of Fairy Yinxia. Even the countless sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield were not missed. They were all covered by the invisible mental power and instantly affected the internal field, forming a mysterious reversal effect. Rumble. Swish. Swish swish, rumbles of energy surged like a tide, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds of air being torn apart. The huge net shield had just opened up in front of Fairy Yinxia, but sharp blades suddenly shot out from the gaps. But at this moment, under the power of Yi Xian's mind reversal divine ability, everything was replayed. The sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield suddenly retracted and stabbed back. The huge net shield that had just spread out also instantly shrunk inwards. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered Fairy Yinxia's body. All of this happened too quickly and strangely. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, who were watching the battle from below, only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Fairy Yinxia, who was about to go crazy with hatred and howling, was completely trapped by the green net shield formed by the spirit entangling chain like a fish in a net. It was a perfect translation, and everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens, that kind of divine ability again. The power is simply too strange. All the attacks were reversed. They were originally aimed at young Master Linghu, but in the end, they backfired on themselves. This is simply too frustrating. It seems that we still underestimated him. That's right. Young Master Linghu not only possesses great treasures, but he also possesses powerful and strange abilities. This battle has already shown the problem. He is only at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm, but he is able to suppress Fairy Yinxia, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Sky realm. This is not just a gap of 1 level, but almost 2. It is like a gap between heaven and earth, but he ignored it. This is unbelievable. Young Master Linghu is indeed worthy of being one of the 2 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He captured Fairy Yinxia alive. Most of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race are no match for him. Even the invincible war god, who is still causing trouble in the cultivation camp, has never achieved such a feat. What are you waiting for? Did you forget what boss said before? He is in charge of suppressing the enemy, and we are in charge of collecting the spoils and taking over the prisoners. This is one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. This is too rare. If we miss this chance, we won't have another chance to experience it again. Amidst the shock, the group of people on the ground discussed animatedly. The 8 great guardian deities were even more excited. In the end, they shouted as they swarmed forward and soared into the air above Yi Xian. When they got close, without waiting for Yi Xian's order, they skillfully lifted the cyan net and brought Fairy Yinxia to the ground below. Along the way, they threatened her. Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Too cruel. Ah. Ling Hu Chong, I swear I won't be a man if I don't kill you. At this time, Fairy Yinxia was in a mess. Her body was trapped in the cyan net transformed by the soul twining chain. She struggled with all her might, but to no avail. She could only sullenly let one of the 8 great guardian warriors grab a corner of the net and lift her to the ground below. This was too humiliating. Fairy Yinxia was about to explode. She glared fiercely at Yi Xian through the gaps of the net and screamed. She was done. The soul twining chain that had transformed into a cyan net was originally her personal treasure. She had long refined it and could control it at will. However, at this moment, for some reason, it suddenly backfired. After tightly wrapping Fairy Yinxia's body, it was completely out of her control. Otherwise, she would have broken free at the first moment and gone berserk, charging toward Yi Xian again. Yi Xian was well aware that the soul entangling chain was still Fairy Yinxia's, and Yi Xian hadn't tried to refine it. The reason why he had temporarily lost control was entirely because of the mysterious effect of the spirit reversal divine ability that Yi Xian had just used. In a short period of time, it had messed up the power field of the treasure chain, and it wouldn't be long before it recovered. At that time, Fairy Yinxia would be able to retract the soul twining chain that was trapping her and regain her freedom. Time was of the essence. Yi Xian had to finalize the result of this battle before his opponent regained her freedom. At that time, the system's mission would have been completed and handed in. No matter how unwilling Fairy Yinxia was, it would be useless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed and landed on the ground below. The mecha giant stood in front of Fairy Yinxia, who was lying on the ground. He lowered his head and shouted in a deep voice, "Do you admit defeat?" Fairy Yinxia sneered and sneered, "What a joke. What do you mean by admitting defeat? Do you really think you've suppressed this island master? You're just using a sinister method to ambush me. This island master was careless and fell. Otherwise, I would have tortured you until you cried. You're quite stubborn. Unfortunately, this young master specializes in dealing with all kinds of unwillingness." Paw. Paw, paw, paw. Chapter 3362. Chapter 3362, Chapter 332 Crystal Mother, Paw. Paw paw paw. After landing, Yi Xian immediately put away the glazed indestructible armor. Originally, he thought that the system's competitive task was completed, but who would have thought that Fairy Yinxia would be so stubborn and unconvinced? Frowning, Yi Xian did not say a word. He raised his hand and slapped her a few times without hesitation. Then, as if he felt that it was not convenient, he simply grabbed her along with the blue net, flipped over her body, and pressed her down on the ground. Then, he began to whip her again and again. Although this girl's temper was not very good, her figure was hard to find. Needless to say, her beautiful buttocks were plump and elastic. It felt quite good to the touch. Just by listening to the sound, one could tell that it was extremely crisp and clear. There was not a single bit of fat, and it was very tight. While slapping, Yi Xian scolded endlessly, "You call yourself the island master, but you are easily suppressed by this young master. You don't even have the courage to admit it. You really need to be taught a lesson. Today, this young master must teach your unruly and unreasonable temper a lesson. Either admit defeat, or I will whip your buttocks until they bloom. Choose one of the two, you decide for yourself." Paw paw. Paw paw paw. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else, but his hands did not stop. He was still ruthlessly slapping Fairy Yinxia's beautiful buttocks. "Ah, Ling Huchong, you bastard. This island master will fight with you. When the first few slaps landed, Fairy Yin Xia did not react. Her entire body was stunned, and she fell into a daze for a few breaths of time. Then, before Yi Xian could finish his reprimand, a scream came from her throat, and her body struggled violently. This was completely the rhythm of a complete rampage. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. The blue net transformed by the soul-entangling chain did not simply wrap her body. Before escaping, Fairy Yin Xia could not mobilize the power of her cultivation at all. Now, she was simply powerless in the hands of Yi Xian. The latter pressed her tightly to the ground with one hand, and she could not move. As for Yi Xian's other hand, it didn't stop at all. The more Fairy Yin Xia howled, the more ruthlessly he whipped her. For a moment, the crisp sounds that entered his ears became even louder and louder. This scene was too unusual. Whether it was the experts of the top families and sects in the void around the space trap array, or Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other heavens prides of the human race captives in the space inside the cauldron, all of them were dumbfounded without exception. All of them were petrified by the thunderbolt. Fairy Yin Xia, one of the four peerless heavens prides of the human race, was pressed to the ground by a man, and her beautiful buttocks were whipped continuously in front of everyone. Not only was the sound crisp and pleasing to the ear, but it also seemed to be quite rhythmic. Such a scene, even if they saw it with their own eyes, was really hard to believe. Young Master Linghu was indeed extraordinarily cruel. His methods were too frightening. Even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were completely speechless at this moment. Although they did not say anything, they rolled their eyes and secretly muttered to themselves that they would definitely settle the score with Yi Xian later. How dare he flirt with a female cultivator in front of them? He was simply too arrogant. However, although this method was not very particular, the effect was very good. Given Fairy Yin Xia's temperament, she would not have lowered her head and compromised easily. However, at this moment, facing Yi Xian's extremely unusual method of teaching her a lesson, after screaming and roaring for a while, she finally gave in, gnashing her teeth, and admitted defeat. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the opponent's system exchange store. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the opponent's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. When the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, Fairy Yin Xia, who was pressed to the ground by him, was obviously the same. At this moment, her face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. She was not even in the mood to scream or scold Yi Xian. She just stared fiercely at him, gnashing her teeth. This time, Fairy Yin Xia could be said to have suffered a heavy loss. Putting aside the fact that she was publicly suppressed and almost humiliated by Yi Xian, just the exchange item that Yi Xian was about to choose from her system exchange store was enough to make her suffer. Yi Xian naturally would not be polite, and it was Fairy Yin Xia's responsibility to pay the bill afterwards. In addition, because of the failure of the system competition, the devouring system in her body would also be branded as a subordinate and would forever be under Yi Xian. There was basically no chance for her to make a comeback. Yi Xian was also well aware of all this. He also understood that the enmity between him and Fairy Yin Xia would be difficult to resolve, so he did not intend to be polite at all. Taking advantage of the system to connect to the system in Fairy Yin Xia's body and copy all the information and data in her database, and at the same time, leaving behind the system's source code imprint to confirm his affiliation. Yi Xian also excitedly browsed through the system's exchange shop, specifically choosing high-priced treasures to browse. Basically, all of them required a large amount of origin crystals to exchange for. Not long after, a type of crystal called the Mother Life crystal attracted Yi Xian's attention. After checking the attributes and effects of this Mother Life crystal, he was immediately overjoyed. He directly ignored the astronomical exchange price and directly decided that this was it. The reason why he was interested in this Mother Life crystal was because it had a miraculous effect of greatly increasing the level of life of the evil spirit slimes. In this way, the quality of the fairy crystal that Yi Xian needed would also be greatly increased. This was one of the important issues that had been troubling him for a long time. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This kind of crystal was also one of the natural life energy that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji clan in the first universe, this race was an extremely unpopular existence. In the first universe, Yi Xian had robbed one of the evil spirit slime space fortresses, which was later known as the Saint. There was an insect nest at the bottom of the ship, which was like a beehive. It was densely packed with evil spirit slime's insect eggs. This race was really enough to make people speechless. They actually built their nest on a space fortress. Chapter 3363. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside the crazy fortress, as the world bugs in the life fortress required the elven crystals and the evil spirit slimes to grow, Yi Xian had moved the slime's nest in the Holy Sun's lower hold to the life fortress, Long Yi Xian. He had specially opened up a space there for the bug eggs to reproduce, providing a steady supply of energy for the world bugs to grow. Unfortunately, although there was no problem with the supply of elven crystals, the world bugs' growth rate was still too slow. Only now did they grow from a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters to a huge fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. As for the various facilities inside the fortress, they were far from perfect. Because of this, Yi Xian had been searching for a type of pure life energy that could allow the world bugs in the Long Yi Xian to grow quickly, but to no avail. But today, this problem was finally about to be completely solved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Master Life Crystal. Quality, pure and flawless. Effect, Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of the evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it immediately? After Yi Xian made his decision, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Then, a golden irregular crystal the size of a baby's fist appeared in Yi Xian's body. The devouring system was very mysterious. Even with Yi Xian's current level, he was still far from being able to see through it. To him, many of the functions of the devouring system were still covered in a mysterious veil, revealing its mysteries. For example, this golden master life crystal was clearly obtained from the binding system in Fairy Inxia's body, but Yi Xian didn't even have to do anything, and it automatically appeared in Fairy Inxia's body as if it was teleported. The exchange shop had a wide variety of exchange items. There were cultivation techniques, bloodlines, all kinds of natural treasures, rare minerals, and even completed magic treasures. Pills and so on. Some of these exchange items were stored in the form of information. Once exchanged, they would appear in the mind directly. For example, cultivation techniques, bloodlines, and abilities that could be exchanged were basically the same. Some were physical objects, such as natural treasures, rare minerals, magic treasures, and pills. These things were divided into two types. The first type was created by the system through energy conversion, such as pills, treasures, minerals, herbs, and so on. Because the system already had a clear understanding of the nature of these things, as long as there was enough energy, it could transform them into physical objects. The other type was something that even the system could not create out of thin air through energy conversion. This type of physical object was basically collected by the system and placed in the exchange shop. The golden essence crystal that Yi Xian had chosen belonged to this category. It was extremely rare, and even the devouring system that was bound to Yi Xian's body didn't have this item in the exchange shop. Use it now. After obtaining this Mother of Life crystal with great difficulty, Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer and immediately gave an affirmative reply to the system. Then, he turned to look at the 8 great guardian deities and the rest. This young master still needs to go into seclusion. You guys just need to look after these guys. As for this fierce woman, don't bother about her. If she wants to leave, let her go. This young master doesn't want such a fierce servant girl. After that, Yi Xian glanced at Fairy Yin Xia, who was glaring at him, and quickly left with the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the rest of the captives were dumbfounded as they watched him leave. They were already numb to Yi Xian's freakishness. He had just ended his seclusion and had broken through a great realm, okay? In the blink of an eye, he actually did it again. How could he let others live? After a short while, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler arrived at the central region's furnace volcano and returned to the plains at the bottom of the volcano. Yi Xian did not waste any time as he waved his hand and brought out the life fortress within his undying world, Wild Dragon Roar. The plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano were vast enough. The Wild Dragon Roar had just grown to the size of a giant fortress, so this place could easily accommodate it. Seeing Yi Xian mysteriously bring them back to the plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano, without saying a word, he waved his hand and summoned a giant space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It seemed to be rather shabby. Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were completely confused. After looking at each other, they all asked, "What are you doing now? Why bring out a space fortress for no reason? And it's at the bottom of the volcano. It's obvious that it's not something good. But isn't this space fortress a little too shabby? It should be sent back to the furnace to be reforged. How can it travel in space with such a shabby state?" Yes. Don't you have a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters? I think it's called Thunderbolt or something. The name is so domineering. Then why keep such a shabby 10,000-meter fortress? If it were me, I would have thrown it away long ago. I feel bad just looking at it. If I really use it to travel in space, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at to death. Don't look down on this space fortress. It's a space treasure. It's one of a kind in the 3 dimensions of the universe. Seeing how the 3 girls described the Wild Dragon Roar, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and replied in annoyance, "Don't even mention a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Even if you give me 10 space fortresses in exchange for it, I definitely won't agree. This is such a huge loss." As soon as he finished speaking, the Wild Dragon Roar, which was floating at the bottom of the furnace volcano, suddenly shook violently. Then, a jaw-dropping change happened without warning. It was like a raging fire, almost crazy. In an instant, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. Shaw, boom. Low and continuous muffled sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by a dense and weak rustling sound. It gave people the feeling that countless silkworms were eating, nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the Wild Dragon Roar, which was floating at a low altitude not far in front of them, was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the appearance of the ship was also changing. It did look quite shabby before, like a giant fortress that was about to explode. But now, as its size expanded rapidly, the appearance of the giant fortress was also changing rapidly, as if it was being refurbished. No, the Wild Dragon Roar could no longer be called a giant fortress. The so-called giant fortress was only 10,000 meters in diameter, and the giant fortress was only 20,000 meters in diameter. But the Wild Dragon Roar had clearly surpassed this value. Chapter 3364. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Xiao Yao Jie Jie. The Long Yi battleship was formed from the world's insects that the human pioneer, Xing Bo, had obtained. Initially, it was only a tiny bit. Later on, as the world's insects multiplied and grew, it slowly grew. It was like a coral reef at the bottom of the sea. The principle was basically the same. When Yi Xian obtained the Long Yi battleship, although it had already grown for tens of thousands of years, its diameter was only 5,000 meters. In just a few short months, the reason why the Long Yi battleship could grow into a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters was all because of the evil spirit slimes. If it weren't for the fact that new evil spirit slimes were born every second in the insect nest that was moved to the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, and the elven crystals in their bodies provided life energy, the Long Yi battleship wouldn't have been able to grow to such a size. However, compared to the changes in front of them, all of that was too insignificant. Once the mother life crystal was thrown into the insect nest at the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, all of the evil spirit slimes would immediately benefit. Their life level would rapidly increase, and the quality of the elven crystals in their bodies would also increase. In this way, the rate of reproduction of the world's insects would definitely increase rapidly. Furthermore, the number of the countless tiny molecules in the entire world's insects would increase tremendously. The most direct change to the wild dragon battleship would be that its growth rate would instantly skyrocket. Yi Xian had already mentally prepared himself for this. Even so, the terrifying expansion speed of the Long Yi battleship still gave him a big fright. He was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until the three purplish warbler girls cried out in shock that Yi Xian's body shook and he regained his senses. Heavens, what's going on? Has this broken fortress gone crazy? Look at this situation, it's clearly going to self-destruct. Am I dreaming? This is too scary. I've never heard of a space fortress being able to expand like a steamed bun. Could it be that it's alive? This is too unbelievable. Bastard, how many more secrets are you hiding from me? Was this bastion a living thing? Was it a living thing? A fortress of life. The bulge in front of her was clearly a sign of its rapid growth. Heavens, I'm actually seeing a bastion that can evolve and grow on its own. That's crazy. Shaw shaw shaw, accompanied by the three women's exclamations, the tiny noises that sounded like billions of silkworms eating echoed incessantly. It was exactly the reaction of the tiny population that made up the insect community of the entire world. They were multiplying rapidly, and their numbers were increasing exponentially every second. That mother life crystal is indeed a good thing. With such a rapid reproduction rate, I'm afraid that in less than a day, a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters will grow into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Yi Xian stared blankly at the life fortress of the wild dragon battleship, which was still expanding. However, its speed was slowly decreasing compared to its initial speed. Yi Xian sighed. Today was an eye-opener for him. In just one day, a small starry sky fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had appeared out of nowhere. Even in the star-casting dock, the largest battleship in the Eternal Dynasty, this speed was absolutely impossible. No one would believe it even if it was said to be true. However, there were also drawbacks to being too fast. After all, for a space fortress, although the size was a hard index, the internal structure and the performance of the various equipment were the most important. If the performance could not keep up, it would be useless no matter how big it was. It would be nothing more than a useless vase for decoration. Therefore, while Yi Xian sighed, he quickly connected to the artificial intelligence center of Wild Star with his consciousness and gave an order to limit the growth of the spaceship to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching this standard, the growth of the spaceship would stop immediately. All the micromolecules that were multiplying in the future would be invested in the consolidation of the details of the battleship's performance and internal and external structure. They would strive for perfection and perfection. Yi Xian had refined the insect core crystal, which was the center of the insect community in the entire world. After his order was transmitted through his consciousness, it would be strictly carried out immediately and unconditionally. Therefore, Yi Xian was soon relieved. He did not need to pay attention to the rest of the matters. The only thing he needed to do was to wait. After Wild Star completed its unprecedented comprehensive evolution, he immediately brought the 3 ladies of the purplish warbler into the cabin to check the delightful results of the evolution. Half a day later, outside the Shenong cauldron. In a certain direction of the void outside the screen of the great space trap array, a figure was rapidly approaching like an immortal. This young man was slightly thin, but he looked tall and slender. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his temperament was lively and unruly. He was one of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race, the pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyao Zi. Not long ago, Xiaoyao Zi had set off from Kunling planet of the Heavenly Wind Empire. He had been crossing the void with his physical body, and his speed was not slower than the battleships and fortresses that were constantly jumping through wormholes. All of this was thanks to a primordial treasure that he controlled. This primordial treasure was called the Barrier Breaker Boots, and it was said that it belonged to the ancestor of the primordial era, Kwa Fu. Legend had it that Kwa Fu relied on this boots to chase after the sun. It was a rare treasure that could be used to travel billions of miles in a day. With this boots, one could cross wormholes in the universe with their physical body. Even if they had wings on their back, they would not be able to do it. Moreover, there was another deeper meaning behind the words break through barriers. It meant that it could break through barriers and move unhindered. Facing all kinds of killing formations and ancient formations, one would not feel any pressure at all and would be able to leave as one wished without fear of being trapped by formations. However, he was different from the other 3 peerless heavenly talents of the human race. Among the other 3, no matter if it was the fallen demon prince, the demon dust woman, or the fairy Yin Xia, they had all displayed their powerful combat strength in front of others. However, Xiaoyao Zi had never fought with anyone before. The reason why he was listed as one of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race was not only because his cultivation was the same as the fallen demon prince and the other 2, which was the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, but also because he could come and go freely with the barrier breaker boots. At this moment, as Xiaoyao Zi arrived, exclamations could be heard from the surrounding void. "It's him! The pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyao Zi. He actually came to join in the fun. Half of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race have come. What a fast speed! He was so far away a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he is already here. Look, what is he trying to do? He is going straight for the space trap array." Chapter 3365. I came to offer my sword. With the sudden arrival of unfettered Zi, the surrounding void was in an uproar. The eyes of all the starry sky masters seemed to be faintly fixed on unfettered Zi's leisurely walking legs. What they saw was a pair of green leather boots. They were simple, but they were not shocking, and even seemed a little too low-key. These boots were the ancient treasure, the barrier breaker boots. Unfettered Zi's speed in crossing the void was so fast that even a warship's wormhole jump could not compare to him. He was relying on these boots to traverse the void. However, although the barrier breaker boots were famous and respected as an ancient treasure, the starry sky masters present did not think that unfettered Zi could ignore the void trap formation that had been completely sealed and walk in easily. After all, this formation was extremely extraordinary as well. It could completely cut off space, and was something that the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had painstakingly spent a large amount of precious materials to set up. If it couldn't even stop the unfettered one's pair of small leather boots, then it would really be too embarrassing. It would make others speechless. It was precisely because of this that the moment Xiaoyao Zi arrived, Zhan Yi, the clan elder of the war clan, who was guarding outside the formation and in charge of external affairs, immediately sneered and let out a light snort from his nose. The corners of his mouth also outlined a hint of ridicule. He was clearly ready to see a joke. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who had the soul-entangling chain and could turn it into a green dragon with a flick of her wrist, had entered through the reserved passage that had not been completely sealed by the void trap formation. Zhang Yi did not believe that unfettered Z could ignore the obstruction of the void trap formation and walk in. The next moment, the hint of ridicule at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth had just appeared, but it instantly froze. All the starry sky masters in the surrounding void were basically the same. They saw an unbelievable scene with their own eyes. It was too challenging for their nerves. After unfettered Z, who had broken through the void, reached the edge of the void trap formation, he did not stop at all. He lifted his foot and easily put his right foot into the void trap formation. At that moment, the pair of green leather boots on his feet flashed with a cold and obscure brilliance, shrouding unfettered Z and making his figure illusory in an instant, as if he did not exist. Immediately afterwards, before the starry sky masters in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, the unfettered one had already caught up. His entire figure passed through the space trap array, entered it, and shot towards the giant star cauldron in the central domain of the array at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the enormous cauldron that was enshrouded in dense nine-colored mist and vanished completely. First, it was the void trap formation's trap formation. Then, it was the star cauldron's field. In less than 2 breaths of time, the unfettered one had already passed through them as if he had completely ignored them. It was not until his figure disappeared that gasps could be heard in the void outside the void trap formation like a tide, at the same time, in the space inside the Shanong cauldron. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia and Zhao Qianru had been away for more than half a day and had just returned. To his surprise, Fairy Yin Xia did not leave. However, she did not stay with the 8 great Vidras, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives of the human clan. At this moment, she was standing alone on a mountain peak in the distance. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her hair, which had been messed up by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique, had already been fixed, and her dark cheeks were as delicate as jade again, but the light in her eyes seemed to be colder than before, without a trace of the breath of a living person, as if she was looking at a dead person. Since Yi Xian was still far away, she had already locked onto him and had not moved away for a moment. Seeing Yi Xian and the other 3 return, the 8 great guardian deities and the others immediately came to greet them. At the same time, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Inxia Fairy on the mountain peak in the distance. They all shrunk their necks, looking aggrieved and resentful. Some of their movements were a little stiff, which clearly showed that they were injured. Looking at the sullen expressions of these fellows, Yi Xian almost instantly understood. It was obvious that not long after he left, when Yi Xian used the spirit reversal divine ability, the mental energy left behind on the soul-binding chain gradually dissipated. After the power of the chain was restored, the moment Fairy Silver Cloud escaped, she immediately poured all of her evil fire onto the 8 great Vidra and the others. No wonder she could be so calm when she saw Yi Xian at this moment. She was not like the fierce girl before at all. It turned out that she had already been through a lot. Yi Xian frowned. When he was about to say something, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the 9-colored sky curtain above his head. The 8 great guardian deities and the other human clan prisoners were stunned for a moment and also looked up. On the mountain peak in the distance, Inxia Fairy looked thoughtful. She glanced at the 9-colored sky curtain above her head and curled her lips. Her expression was full of disapproval. The next moment, a slightly thin figure came into everyone's sight. He walked through the 9-colored sky curtain as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He glanced at the ground below and paused slightly on Inxia Fairy, but soon locked on Yi Xian. sizing him up from head to toe, with a flip of his hand, a long, narrow, and sharp blood-red long blade appeared in his palm. The blade was ferocious and unrestrained, emitting a dense evil aura, as if there was an invisible blood mist flowing and coiling around the blade from beginning to end. This was definitely a powerful and fierce blade that drank endless blood. You should be Ling Huchong, right? I'm Xiaoyao Zi, and I came here specially to offer a sacrifice to the blade. Glancing at Yi Xian, Xiaoyao Zi's figure stopped and stood in the void. As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently wiped the blood-red blade in his hand. His eyes burst out a blazing light as if he was caressing his lover. With an almost infatuated expression and tone, he spoke tirelessly as if he was muttering to himself. From his words, it could be seen that the exquisite blood blade in Xiaoyao Zi's hand with an astonishing evil aura was called Red Blood Chop. It was said that it was a piece of chaotic iron essence buried deep in the ground in order to avoid all the creatures in the world. It was formed after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Unfortunately, the place where this iron essence was buried was a fierce and cold place. During this period, the chaotic iron essence absorbed a lot of blood in the fierce and cold place, emitting a threatening bloody demonic aura. After it turned into the shape of a chop, because the blood aura was too strong, there was actually a bloody light coming out from the blade. Therefore, it was called Red Blood Chop. There was even a rumor that no matter who held this blood chop, their mind would be invaded by evil spirits and turned into a bloodthirsty demon that killed creatures. It was also said that once it was pulled out, it couldn't be sheathed without killing people. It would be stained with blood when it was drawn out, so it was called Red Blood Chop. The world only knows that I have the barrier breaker boots, but they don't know that apart from the boots, I also have another ancient treasure. Chapter 3366. Withered Demon vs. Scarlet Blood, you want to kill me as a sacrifice. Yi Xian was so angry that he was amused. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He actually came to the space inside the farmer god cauldron and shouted that he wanted to kill him as a sacrifice for the blood-red blade in his hand. One had to know that even without relying on the headless infant corpse, the Thunder Emperor's seal, and the heavenly fallen bow, Yi Xian was only able to activate the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain within this cauldron. In an instant, he was able to surge out an orange flame that was as vast as the ocean. It was boundless and filled the entire cauldron space, and he could easily kill him and turn him into ashes. However, he did not intend to reveal this method yet. He planned to lure some powerful and troublesome enemies into the space inside the farmer god cauldron for a decisive battle in the future. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to launch an overwhelming ocean of orange-red flames when his enemies were unprepared. As for the fellow in front of him, although he was one of the 4 peerless geniuses that had recently appeared in the human clan and his reputation was extremely resounding, Yi Xian didn't place him in his eyes. Not long ago, he had suppressed an existence of the same level. Even his butt had been whipped, so he didn't think much of it. In Yi Xian's opinion, this guy was not worthy of him revealing the fact that the space inside the cauldron could be ignited at any time at his will. This was a trump card that could only be used on a real powerhouse. Scarlet Blood Chop. Once it is drawn, it cannot be returned to the sheath without killing someone. It must be stained with blood when it is drawn, right? Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoyao Zi, curled his lips, and mocked, it sounds quite scary. However, in front of this young master, whether it's you or this broken blade, neither of you have the qualifications to say anything about killing and sacrificing the blade. These words should be said by this young master. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already raised his hand and waved it. A blood-black light shot out from between his eyebrows and expanded, instantly turning into a ferocious demon blade with black and red demonic patterns intertwined all over its body. Perhaps its evil aura was slightly inferior to that of Xiaoyao Zi's Scarlet Blood Chop, but its demonic aura was 30% more ferocious. It was the Withered Demon Blood Blade. Screech! Although the Withered Demon Blood Blade's blade spirit was still asleep, this blade was already extraordinary. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian took it out, it immediately sensed the aura of the scarlet blood chop in the air in front of it. This was clearly the provocation of the withered demon blood blade. It was impossible for a mountain to contain two tigers. Two unparalleled blades with overflowing evil auras appeared in the air at the same time. Before Yi Xian could even make a move, the withered demon blood blade was already unable to hold itself back. Of these two supreme blades, one is a primordial treasure, the other a quasi-starry sky treasure. They are of similar grades. However, your scarlet blood chop is from the primordial era, while my withered demon blood blade is from the present age, personally refined by this young master. Seeing the battle intent of the withered demon blood blade that was hovering in front of his head, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. He smiled and said, "Today, let's see if it's your desolate ancient scarlet blood flames that stretch for 1,000 miles, or this young master's withered demon flames that overflow into the heavens." In other words, he clearly wanted to let the withered demon blood blade and Xiaoyao Zi's scarlet blood chop fight a battle of supremacy between the two supreme blades. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Yin Xia, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy, had a flash of light in her eyes. Even she looked fascinated. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the rest of the human prisoners, they were all excited and looked forward to the battle after being stunned for a moment. Primordial precious treasures or weapons at the quasi-starry sky treasure level were rare to begin with, and it was already rather rare to see one on a normal day. Today, not only had two appeared together, it just so happened that both of them were supreme blades of slaughter that emanated monstrous devilish intent. Such a situation was truly something that could only be chanced upon by luck, and no matter who it was, they would want to witness the battle between these two supreme blades of slaughter. In fact, in addition to the people in the space inside the cauldron, even the powerhouses of the great families outside the cauldron who were guarding the void around the great space trap array were also looking forward to this battle. Countless people had already gathered their gazes on the silver light curtain hanging above the mouth of the Shanong cauldron inside the great space trap array. However, Xiaoyao Zi didn't seem to be satisfied with this suggestion. He glanced at Yi Xian with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Just let these two blades fight. What about you and me? Linghu Chong, are you avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? You don't dare to fight me, so you came up with this idea. It's really hard for you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in bullying ants." Speaking of this, the unfettered one sneered again and continued proudly, "Since your cultivation is only at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm, then I will seal my cultivation at the same level, so as to avoid you from being dissatisfied with your defeat and sullying my reputation. In addition, I have said before that I am here to sacrifice my blade. If you don't fight me, how can I sheath my crimson blood beheader? If that's really the case, then I can only bear the humiliation of bullying the weak and take the initiative to challenge you to a battle." The meaning behind his words was that he had to cut Yi Xian down from the sky today. He had to fight, but if he didn't, then he could only wait to be hunted down. This was not an ordinary confidence. It was simply shocking. "There's no need for you to ask for a fight. This young master also has the same intention. I only hope that you won't turn around and run for your life after you've been beaten badly. Otherwise, this young master will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with those lousy boots on your feet." Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed instead. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoyao Zi. He was arrogant, but Yi Xian was even more arrogant. At this moment, he was in high spirits and the battle intent in his chest surged. As for suppressing his cultivation, there's no need. Isn't it just the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm? I am also at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Compared to you, we are 2 realms apart and 1 level apart. It is enough to suppress you." Hearing this, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other human prodigies all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were full of shock, as if they had just been struck by lightning. Even the white-robed figure on the mountain peak in the distance couldn't help but have a touch of admiration on his face at this moment. As for the starry sky masters from the top families and sects outside the space trap formation, they were in an uproar. They had thought that Xiao Zi was too arrogant before. After Fairy Yin Xia was suppressed, he still dared to treat young Master Ling Hu so arrogantly. Who would have thought that there was even more arrogance in the arrogance? The latter didn't give in at all and said that he was only 2 realms apart and could suppress such a person. This was crazy. Whoosh! Screech! Boom! Chapter 3367. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Spinning Top Pavilion Fool, Whoosh! Screech! Rumble! While all the experts in and out of the Shannon Cauldron were in an uproar because of Yi Xian's earth-shattering words, the battle between the latter and the Unfettered One finally began. This battle was unavoidable no matter what. Although Yi Xian and the Unfettered One did not say it out loud, they both knew what was going on. This was because the Unfettered One was also a host of the devouring system. In fact, the so-called 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan who suddenly appeared not long ago were also carriers of the system, just like Yi Xian. These 4 competitors of Yi Xian were the cream of the crop among a large number of hosts of the system. 2 of them were even like Yi Xian, from a sealed planet that was completely isolated from the rest of the universe. Back then, the air had spread out a vast number of system seeds. They were not only limited to the 3rd universe, which was ruled by the human race, but also the 2nd universe, the 1st universe, which was occupied by the Tianji race, and even some mysterious universe planes that had not been explored yet. The air had even spread them out. Many of the system seeds had never encountered a life form that could activate them and thus obtained a host to attach to. They were still drifting in the boundless void, endlessly drifting. However, a large portion of the system seeds had met a host and successfully completed the contract. However, among these lucky ones, more than 99% had died prematurely, or had never achieved anything at all. They were silently wasting their time in the corners of some planets in the 3 universes. Apart from Yi Xian, the only system hosts that had been born were the 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan. They had never met each other before, so whether it was Fairy Yin Xia or the Unfettered One, they had only met Yi Xian formally and had a certain degree of interaction with him before they were unexpectedly alerted by the system and suddenly realized the truth. Previously, when Yi Xian and the Unfettered One were arguing back and forth, the familiar system notifications rang in their minds. The content was basically the same as before. As the 2 system hosts met each other, the competition between the different system hosts and the system hosts instantly began. Fairy Yinxia, who was at the peak of the distant mountain, was also surprised by the fact that Carefree was also a system carrier. Although she had already failed in the competition between system hosts, the devouring system had already been branded with a subordinate source code by the system controlled by Yi Xian. She no longer had the qualifications to compete with the other system hosts. Because of this reason, when the system hosts of the Unfettered One system host and translation, when the other system hosts were about to start an internal competition, Fairy Yin Xiao's translation, the system in her body, the Unfettered One could only in Fairy Yin Xiao's translation when the other system hosts of the Unfettered translation is translation. Translation is translation translation is translation. Translation is translation is translation is translation. Translation is translation. Translation is translation. Translation on translations is translation. Translation is translation's translation. Translation. At the same time, Fairy Yin Xia was very nervous about the final result of this battle. She couldn't tell who she hoped would win in the end. Maybe she didn't want either one of them. But that was obviously impossible. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, accompanied by the fierce roars of the 2 peerless murderous weapons, the withered demon blood blade and the crimson blood chop. Yi Xian and the Unfettered One soared into the air at the same time. Boundless pressure surged around them, and they collided with each other with a loud bang. A huge rumble shook the heavens. Even the mountains not far away in this vast space within the cauldron seemed to be shaken by this invisible and terrifying impact, and they began to sway slightly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of the current human race. They were absolutely stunning. In terms of battle weapons and magic treasures, they were evenly matched. Of course, this was the general assessment made without taking into account Yi Xian's powerful skills and divine abilities, such as the Headless Infant Corpse, the Rai-Di Seal, the Fallen Sky Bow, and so on. Yi Xian had the Withered Demon Blood Blade and the indestructible glass armor that could activate the second mecha state. As for the Unfettered One, apart from the Crimson Blood Chop, he also had a pair of barrier breaker boots on his feet, which gave him terrifying speed and other advantages. In a situation where both of them had equal battle weapons, one of them had a great advantage in terms of defense and strength due to the indestructible glass armor. Apart from the battle weapons, the other one had superior speed and terrifying ability to deal with attacks. However, while the advantage of the battle weapon and the magic treasure was equally matched, the difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. One of them was at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage, and was only one step away from the Void Realm 1st stage. The other was only at the Grotto Heaven 1st stage, which was the 9th stage. He had just broken through and entered this stage not long ago. The gap between their cultivation realms was simply too great. This was clearly a gap that was almost 2 whole realms apart. As such, there weren't many people who thought that Yi Xian would win this battle. Even the 3 women from the Purplish Warbler had a worried expression on their faces. The barrier breaker boots were indeed extraordinary. As a support-type primordial treasure, once its power was fully unleashed, its effects were truly shocking. The barrier breaker boots started to move around Yi Xian, constantly circling around Yi Xian, who was tightly protected by the glass armor. His speed was so fast that his entire body turned into an undetectable dark light. Even Yi Xian's bewitching soul eyes couldn't keep up with the barrier breaker boots, and he almost couldn't capture the Unfettered One's figure. During this period of time, Xiao Zi, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, would occasionally wait for an opportunity to attack. Although the Scarlet Blood Slash didn't leave a single mark on Yi Xian's mecha, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th stage of the Profound Light Realm. He was 2 whole realms higher than Yi Xian, so his strength was extremely terrifying. After 7 or 8 slashes, although the glass armor wasn't damaged, Yi Xian was shaken to the point of dizziness. Even his blood flow was a bit unstable. This reminded him of the Heaven's Legacy race's upper echelon that had been killed by his Rai-Di Seal in the dark purple mecha before the fusion. He definitely couldn't continue like this. He was too passive. The opponent was using a strategy of moving around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. He was using his advantage to the extreme, and Yi Xian was completely suppressed. He had great strength, but he couldn't hit his target at all. Although the glass armor's defense was equally shocking, Yi Xian, who was inside the glass armor and had already fused perfectly with it, couldn't continuously resist this terrifying shockwave. If he were to be killed inside the glass armor as time went on, he would become a laughingstock. What happened to the sacrificial blade? Shouldn't you be very domineering? Why do I feel like you only know how to rely on the speed of those lousy boots on your feet to run circles around this young master? Yi Xian felt quite sullen in this battle. His opponent was too fast, and his footwork was too unpredictable. It made him feel like he was punching a pile of cotton. Chapter 3368. It's hard to not be famous spinning top pavilion clown. When this laughable name reached his ears, Unfettered One was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Although he was arrogant, he was not reckless, especially in battle. Even when facing an opponent who was much weaker than him, Unfettered One would never underestimate them. If he did not have the mentality of an eagle hunting a rabbit, he might not have been able to grow all the way and live to this day. Therefore, in the face of Yi Xian, whose entire body was wrapped in a quasi-starry sky treasure-level battle armor. Not only was his defense shockingly terrifying, but his strength was also increased by several times due to the support of the battle armor. Unfettered One didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his strategy of constantly wandering around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Only in this way would he be able to bring out his advantage to the fullest. At the same time, he would be able to subtly remove his opponent's reliance on defense and strength. However, although Unfettered One's battle strategy was clear, he did not expect Yi Xian's poisonous mouth at all. The pavilion master of Unfettered Pavilion, with such an elegant and transcendent title, was actually called a clown from Spinning Top Pavilion. It was a simple sentence of ridicule, but its lethality was too shocking. Obviously, after this battle, the name of Spinning Top Pavilion Clown would be thoroughly spread throughout the world, and Unfettered One would become famous overnight, once again stirring up a storm and leading the world. This was really too insidious. With Unfettered One's cold arrogance, how could he endure such a large-scale and comprehensive ridicule on the level of a universe plane? At this moment, as the insulting words of the Spinning Top Pavilion entered his ears, he could no longer remain calm. He roared with a thunderous roar, "You want to provoke me? Ling Huchong, you did it." Roar. Screech. With a roar, Unfettered One's figure finally stopped, and the crimson blood slash that had been hovering around him instantly shot out, chopping down on the mech giant's head. Above Yi Xian's head, the withered demon blood blade had been hovering around him, locking onto the crimson blood slash around Unfettered One, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the opportunity finally came. The moment the crimson blood slash was shot out and chopped down, the withered demon blood blade trembled slightly, letting out a cheerful roar, and immediately met the attack. Blood-black demon flames instantly surged, covering a small area of the void with this faintly discernible and frightening demon flames. Clang! The two fierce demon blood blades, like a needle against an wheat, bombarded One's demon blood blade, let out a shocking sound of metal clashing. At this moment, whether it was Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin and the other Heaven's Pridelings captives of the human race who were looking up from the ground below, or the starry sky masters of the various top aristocratic families and forces who were watching the battle in the void around the void trap formation, all of them had their hearts in their mouths. Their eyes were fixed on the area where the two fierce flames were clashing. One was from the primordial era while the other was from the current era. Both of them were supremely ferocious blades. Gotcha! It was also at this moment that Yi Xian took advantage of the Unfettered One's body finally coming to a stop, no longer transforming into a streak of light, to activate the spiritual thunder technique without hesitation. A few crackling sounds of lightning could be heard from the battlefield in mid-air, but it was impossible to see what was happening. On the ground below, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other demon blood spears subconsciously shrank their necks. They had a conditioned reaction to this kind of crackling sound. They had seen Yi Xian use it several times before, so it was really impossible to guard against it. The speed of lightning was originally fast, and Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was condensed from spiritual energy, so its speed was even faster than lightning in nature. Coupled with the fact that it was shapeless and intangible, it was simply maddening. Basically, by the time the crackling sound of lightning could be heard, it had already struck the top of the head. And so it was. Woo! Almost at the same time, a mournful howl suddenly came from the battlefield in midair. Gong Wuxin and the other demon blood spears all had the same expression on their faces. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Yin Xia subconsciously clenched her small fists at this moment, and her face instantly darkened. Although she had now regained the appearance of a banished fairy, the scene of her hair turning into a bird's nest and her face turning into the bottom of a pot by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was too tragic. It was an eternal pain in her memory. And now, this kind of pain was replicating itself, appearing in the Unfettered One's body. As the mournful howl sounded, his figure suddenly staggered and almost fell from the void. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared as he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 miles away from the battlefield in the void. His face was black, his hair was standing up, and faint black smoke was coming out of his nose. It was obvious that he was almost charred on the outside and separated on the inside. He had just stopped moving when he was suddenly attacked. Unprepared, his whole body trembled with fear. He directly avoided the battle and used the power of the heavenly feet, divine ability of the obstacle-breaking boots on his feet. In an instant, he was 100 miles away from the battlefield. It should be known that this was the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron. Even the atmosphere of some administrative planets could not be used for teleportation due to the suppression of the star defense array, let alone here. But he had successfully teleported and moved 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of Yi Xian, and he immediately rolled his eyes. He sighed in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. He curled his lips and shouted in the direction where the unfettered one appeared, "I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong just now. You are not a fool from the top pavilion, you are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a coward. Puff, a fool from the tortoise pavilion." Hearing this, the unfettered one felt his chest tighten. The internal injuries that he had suffered from 3 spiritual thunderbolts finally broke out. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was really furious. First, it was the fool from the top pavilion. Now, it was the fool from the tortoise pavilion. It would be difficult for him not to become famous now. He would definitely become famous in the 3 main planes. In extreme anger, the unfettered one raised his head and roared. The aura around his body surged and surged. However, at this moment, his appearance was too horrible to look at. Although the injuries he suffered were not painful at all, his hair stood up, and his face was as black as a ghost. He suddenly raised his arms and roared to the sky.